I'd like to give you a little bit of context before that I get on with my part of the story. Now, this was a really weird time in my life. I was in my mid-20s and everything was going really well. I mean, my career was going excellently. It took me a long while to get into this position, but I was really happy for it. And I don't know, everything just seemed like it couldn't get much better. I'd married someone that I was really happy to be with, and interestingly, my family members didn't actually all know about this. It was basically a secret wedding we had, and we were going to have another one up in the future as a more formal one, but we couldn't end up getting that far. Basically, one day when I was at my parents' house with my wife, she just turns to me when my parents have gone away and said, "Oh, by the way, I don't think we can stay married together. Since I've married you, it's really felt as though that my life has changed for the worse, and that I've become almost that stereotypical wife. And all saving for a house, I never wanted to do that, even though it's a thing she'd agreed to do with me, which I thought was really odd." Now, she also said that, "Oh, by the way, we've also got to change where we live too," which is something that really surprised me. Because, of course, the marriage thing was pretty hard to deal with, but living away too, that was going to be even harder. I knew for a fact that I absolutely did not want to go back to my parents because where they live, it's basically miles away from everything. And one of the nicest things that happened to me was moving out with her and just getting away from everything. But now I was faced with living with strangers, which is something I'm not really that keen on. And also losing my wife and becoming alone once again. Ah yes, my old friend loneliness. Well, I say that kind of retrospectively because it's not, but you'll find out more about that later, so yeah. Anyway, I was also about to start a new job and literally I was only 2 days past renewing the rent contract with my wife for another year. So yeah, you can imagine how much it sucked. And the job that I was about to go into was not an easy one at all. It's not your typical job, it's quite a high pressured one. But it's something I'd been excited about for months, so I'd gone from basically counting down the days to instead feeling pretty confused about everything. It was my last day at work not too long ago, and I don't know, it just kind of felt like a surreal moment. Just everyone was coming up and hugging me, it was great, and instead of it being a beautiful moment, it turned out to be quite the opposite. It yeah, it was a pretty weird feeling for me. I mean, I don't really know how to describe it, but yeah, that's that. And now at the moment, I live with my wife and she goes out every so often and does whatever. But there's another part of this too I forgot to mention. She went for a trip away one day and I questioned if she'd actually gone alone and she said, "Oh yeah, I have," but in truthfulness, she hadn't. Turned out I checked her phone and she had cheated on me and been meeting up with some other guy. The worst thing was, this was a guy that I met once. Yeah, my situation sucked and I wasn't happy, that's all I can say. So now, basically, I don't really know what to do. I'm going around seeing the odd friends here and there, but the problem is, very few of them actually understand me, and I can feel more alone being around people that don't have any empathy for my situation. Not in the sense that they have to care, but I don't like it when they just can't understand and they just immediately start talking about themselves and their own things, kind of oblivious to what's going on or what's right for me. Also, there's a few others I know too where they won't actually care about me, they'll just try and get me to do the things that they want to do because, you know, they don't want to do it alone. But it kind of leaves you in this weird limbo land, I guess is what you'd call it. You're doing everything right, but it feels like nothing's going right around you. And there's some other things too that are kind of ticking you off. I mean, it's important not to give in to temptations and to stay on the straight and narrow, but my god, does that become difficult sometimes. So that was my predicament which I was in, and I wanted to kind of get away from people. Where I live is in a major city and there's always too many people around. I always have my habit of doing my night walks with my music, but the problem is there's constantly too many people around and I just can't get left alone, it feels like. Even if I'm talking to one of my friends on the phone, there will always be somebody who seems to come up to me asking for directions or something. completely arrogant to the fact that I'm talking to others. So yes, that leaves me with the escape plan. So I want to get back into nature and just get back to where I guess people can't hurt me. Nothing can hurt me really, but I'm being a bit melodramatic here, but you kind of get the point. There is the weaker thoughts and feelings of which are really trying to take over now, but I'm not letting them. I've been down and you can't take me there again. That's my mindset. So I set off on one particular day when I booked the day off work. I actually had the day off planned already to enjoy it. I did think I was going to enjoy it with my wife, or should I say ex-wife, but hey, here I was. So I start walking into the forest at around midday. Things are pretty okay. I'm just basically lost in my thoughts but trying not to be. I usually distract myself with music and whatnot, but this time I decided that I don't really think I should be doing that. I could probably spend my time better just trying to stay in my head and actually retrain my thoughts. Because of course my thoughts are quite negative at the minute and I don't want to fall victim to that. So I decided to go without music or anything. Another thing that I probably should have done is brought more water, but I didn't really think of this at the time. I probably filed for divorce about 4 days ago, and yeah, it was a really weird feeling. The thing I didn't like is the fact that I knew I'm pretty much stuck with this person that I can't stand for at least the next month for the time that I'm getting settled into my new job. And every time I see her, it just reminds me of all the things that I didn't like of which happened. And I'm trying my best to remain civil. I'm trying my best to turn off the savage, the voice that bubbles up in my head every so often, but it was really difficult. And I was kind of failing, like, I don't know, it's a weird lost feeling. I control my breathing though every so often, and I find that this really helps and makes a big difference for me. I'm one of those people where I can make myself win, or I can also make myself lose in my head if I'm not being too careful, so I decided to choose the winner's path. Now, I'm very glad to say that there was nobody around at this particular time. Now, I was trying to take my mind off other things too, like work commitments and other projects I needed to complete before starting the job. I mean, yeah, I could book 4 days off, including the weekend, and not really be able to enjoy it because of work commitments. I was supposed to get a raise soon, but I knew it was going to be difficult for it to come through, but I suppose everybody has those problems, don't they? I remembered when walking I kind of felt a bit fearless, which is something I haven't experienced for a few years. This one, however, was quite pleasant, and it actually come from supreme confidence. I've become an extremely confident person in the last few years, and that always serves me well. It's really weird though, it's almost like I've got most of the jigsaw complete, but not all of it. There always seems to be a piece missing for which I'm trying to put in there, but I never seem to be able to. I seem to be the great philosopher who can see what other people need to do, whereas I'm almost a stranger for myself in terms of advice, or at least listening to it. A lot of what I say seems to fall onto deaf ears when I'm talking to myself, and I feel like if my walls can hear me talk, they would tell me just shut up and be quiet. But anyway, I get further and further into my walk and I do feel very sweaty. I'm somebody who does tend to sweat quite a lot. I mean, even at the best of times in winter, I have to be careful about even wearing coats which are too heavy, because very quickly I can start to sweat and just feel horrible. I do have a new special deodorant I can use, but it doesn't really work, but the sweat was bothering me. Not just because of the fact I might smell, but I knew that I'd probably sweat through the deodorant which I was wearing, so obviously it's going to be quite annoying if I still had a lot further to go and I started to sweat. No issues, I just threw my shirt off temporarily. Now as I do this, it does become apparent how many bugs and insects are around, but they never seem to bite me really. Well, at least I think that until I can't stop scratching above my neck. It was a really weird feeling. It was almost like somebody had put something on me, but I couldn't quite take it off. I'm not too worried and just keep going. I'm trying not to wipe the sweat off because I know it helps cool you down. I go further and further into the forest now, and I feel quite comfortable. This is actually in an area that I'm not too familiar with, and I suppose that it served me well. It's around springtime, and lots of the greenery has returned to the trees and the surrounding nature. There's lots of moss and other things on the trees around me. It looks really cool. I can smell more and more of the plants and wildlife, and it starts to make me feel more comfortable and almost at peace and like I'm at home kind of. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is all I needed to get the clarity in my head. I just had to go for a nice walk and get away from everything. Every so often thoughts of my ex creep into my mind because we used to do little treks like this sometimes, and I'm trying my very best not to let it bother me because it can do so easily. Every time that I have a thought of her, I let it creep again to the back of my mind, almost like a breath in and out, or waves in the ocean. Now, as I'm walking, I do have a feeling that somebody else is here and with me. I'm not a spiritual person, but I do kind of believe that everybody has like a guardian angel. I've actually seen a psychic who told me that it was my great grandma, and I do believe she is with me, and that's what I think in this particular moment. Of course, I'm not delusional, I don't expect them to fend off every evil in the world, but I do kind of like the idea of her being here looking after me, so I just presume that she's with me. Every so often I can smell a smell of perfume, and it's pretty cool. This is something that's happened before. My dad apparently is more sensitive to things like this, and I keep on smelling a nice perfume smell, and I say hey and her name and I smile to myself. I don't know why, I just knew that in this particular moment that she was with me and that everything was going to be okay. Or at least that's what I keep telling myself. I now progress into a part of the forest which has kind of denser plants on the ground. The trees are always high and hard to see around, but these plants in particular seem to really be obstructing my view. I think this is okay though, and just keep pressing on further. I'm cautious not to go too far because I don't have any water with myself and I don't want to be out here alone. I just got a new mobile phone too, and I've had issues where that it doesn't always get signal. Also, some of my accounts seem to go public, which I'd set private for a while, then logging in again, and I just didn't like the feeling, almost like my privacy was breached. Around a corner, and I'm taking on some slight elevation, but it's not enough to cause any issues. I decided to stop for a little while, and I have to do up my shoelaces. One of my shoes is annoying me because it's kind of cutting into my ankle a bit. I tried to undo the shoelaces a few times, but it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. I'm kind of wearing them like, you know how people wear really expensive shoes with all the laces undone, but it doesn't seem to be making a difference. I decide that each step forward I'm going to try and block out the pain, but my god, that was difficult to do. Weirdly though, every time I look at my actual ankle it seems to be in good health and as though nothing's wrong with it. Now, I continue on this walk. The perfume smells left me, and I turn around for a second and see what appears to be a hiker. They seem to be just off in the distance. They're wearing some black overalls or something, and they just go behind a tree. I don't really think much of it and just think, well, I've got to pick up the pace to get away from these people now. I remembered too that I really miss seeing my brother at this point. He was aware of everything which was happening and we made a few calls, but I really wanted to see him and meet up and do things with him, but he wasn't available, and that was kind of hard to deal with. It's almost like having a best friend that lives out of state where you see each other occasionally, but the days that you really need someone there at least with you, they're not able to, but I guess that's fine. I suppose that's how life goes. I remembered stopping for a moment because I noticed that my shoelaces were dragging a bit, and that's when I realised they weren't. It was someone coming from behind. I look around for a few seconds and said, hey. I don't get a reply, so I just presume that whoever this is being extremely rude to me, so I think, well, I'm just going to press on instead. I do feel a little bit uncomfortable now for the first time. I mean, I'm not a small person. I'm over 6 feet slightly, Not really that built, but quite strong, and I know some martial arts, so yeah, I'm not too bothered. I am worried though because I don't really know where I'm going and I don't want to get too lost out here. The last couple of weeks when things have went wrong, I found that I'm not my usual calm, confident self. My mind kind of goes into a panic more easily, and I don't know, maybe that's just from not sleeping so well, or maybe it's a host of other things, but it's a really weird feeling. So a little bit panicked, I just pick up the pace, and my shirt's been on for a while now. I've still got a jumper which is wrapped around me, and to be honest, all it served to do is act like a radiator, so I'm walking quickly away, but I also feel like I'm far too hot at the same time, which is quite a funny feeling really. I then realised stupidly that I still had my bottle of water in my jumper pocket. I can't believe I didn't realise it was here. I slam that thing within seconds and throw the bottle off somewhere. Now, the weird thing is, when I threw the bottle, I don't actually hear it hit the ground. Yeah, it was a plastic one, but it still had a tiny bit of water left, so it should have had some weight or something. I have a weird habit of not downing all of the water completely for some reason. I know it's stupid, but yeah, I don't hear the bottle whatsoever, and I'm a little put off by this. That's when I hear it. It's kind of like a laughing sound. Now, I've heard foxes before and other animals, and it kind of sounds just like those. I thought, God, if I didn't know what this was, I'd actually be quite scared at the minute. I am becoming a little bit paranoid. I kind of feel like I've done something wrong, and that I shouldn't be out here like this, but I don't know, it's almost like something took over me. I end up going up a bit further, and eventually I find some ledges to sit on, and I'm just staring off at the trees now. I kind of forget about my situation and relax a little bit, and I remember looking at the light coming through the leaves and thinking, well, I suppose life is kind of beautiful and it just depends how that you actually look at everything. I thought, I sure wish I had someone here to enjoy this with, and my mind starts to drift backwards again, which is quite annoying. I'm now thinking once again of the things that have gone wrong recently, and it's kind of stabbing at me quite a lot. So I keep going and pick myself up again. My eyes seem to be more fixated up this time, and I am a little bit worried about whatever the sound was behind me, but it soon stops. Now I get a little bit further down the trail when I hear something that I can't really explain. I hear somebody call out, which almost sounds exactly like my name in a male voice. I think this is really weird, and I decide that I must keep going. But I can't figure out where they are, or who it actually is. I half think that I've run into somebody that I knew, but I knew realistically that was really unlikely, especially because of the time of day of which this occurred, so I think this is odd. And that's when I see it. There's a person who looks like they've got to certainly be homeless not too far away, wearing all black, kind of looking at me saying, hey, stop, hey. This person was actually quite tall, and I don't know, they had a really weird look in their eyes. It almost looked like their eyes are far too pale. I can't tell when their clothes are from, but it doesn't look like it's in the last couple of years. I say, no, sorry, I've got to go, and I just turn and start walking quickly. Almost military, I keep repeating to myself, watch your six, as I'm walking away from who or whatever this person is. I'm looking over my shoulder every so often, but I'm trying to do that confident walk. You know, the ones that you're kind of taught to do. Well, not really formally taught, but you know you have to look confident to not look like a victim. Yeah, I was doing one of those. I was in such a weird headspace though that I was kind of happy about everything that was happening around me. Not in the sense of this situation, but I wasn't put off by the situation. I've been in some rough situations here and there, but this one felt a little bit different. Maybe it was because of last week's events, but I wasn't worried about what happened, what didn't happen. I didn't even feel like fighting if it come to it. I don't know, I just felt weird. I look around and I can't see the person, but I can hear some movement on one side of the trees. It kind of sets in a bit now that I'm in a situation I don't want to be in. I guess panic took over and I feel my heart beat quicker and quicker. Now, it's at a point where that I'm still walking normally, but it almost feels like there's another force inside my body. I keep telling myself, stay calm and watch your six, and every so often I look behind myself, but the person isn't there. This gone on for probably another 20 minutes until eventually I stop to catch my breath. Now, I can continue going on further, but I realise that it's probably going to become dark and I 100% don't want to be stuck out here with whatever this is. Now, kind of tapping into my bad situation, I become a bit fearless and just turn right around. I kind of march forward a bit like a train. I don't actually know why I did this. Again, I think it was just frustration of my situation and not really being bothered with what was going on anymore. I think, God, if this is really my time, then so be it. I can't be bothered now. And I just start marching forward. I do this for about, let's say 2 or 3 minutes until my adrenaline settles down a bit and I start to feel more tired. I kind of have the feeling like when you run in a dream, but not exactly. I've always had some injury on my leg and it's really annoying. Or not always, probably in the last 5 years, but pretty much whenever I do certain kinds of exercise, my leg can really ache for ages afterwards, and I was a bit frustrated because the feeling comes back. I thought, well, I can probably make it out of here, but I'm probably going to get injured in the process, and again I get more annoyed. I can then hear movement again, and I now realise that the person isn't far away. Initially I stop to listen to where they are, and I hear them swear. Then I hear another voice swearing too, not far off. I don't know exactly what they were saying, but I was thoroughly creeped out at this point, and I know that I need to move. Now this really scares me. I don't know why, it was just something about knowing that there's more than one of these people that unsettled me. I then say, what do you want from me? One of them says, you're gonna give us everything. I don't know what that means, and I say I don't have any money. They say it doesn't matter, and I just scream, I don't have my card, I don't have anything to give you. I was half tempted to tell them about what was actually going on in my situation, but I decided that the best thing that I can do is just keep going. For some reason, I didn't let up and sprint now. I used to actually be really good at running, especially long distances, but since going to the gym, I've actually got quite good at sprinting too. I got it from the sports that I used to play, but for whatever reason, I just didn't want to do it. Again, I think I was probably far too lost in all of the rubbish from within the week, but I don't sprint. I also stupidly don't look around. I'm just confidently walking away, almost like I'm in control of the situation, but obviously I'm not. That's when I feel it. Something grabs onto the back of my jumper. Within a split second, I've turned around, punched something. Turns out that I've missed what I'm trying to punch for, but whatever was holding me let go. I then pick up a full sprint within a few seconds and start screaming out some profanities. There's one particular swear word that I always say really loud, and I suppose that because I've done it so often, I've probably trained my vocal cords in it, and I do it in this situation. I ended up sprinting. I'm not sure how long that I was sprinting for, and I don't bother looking back. I keep grabbing little branches and things that are loose and throwing them behind me, hoping to deter whatever's chasing me from doing it. I'm a little bit worried though, because I think, well, a male with my size, again, I'm not saying that I'm massive, but I'm not really small, shouldn't be in a situation like this unless that these people have really bad intentions. I've already told them that I don't have any money or anything to give them, so why are they still pursuing me like dogs? Now, I probably jogged and sprinted together for about another 5 minutes before I get really angry. I turn on the spot and scream a swear word once more and say, come on then, like I'm ready for them. I don't hear anything now, just silence, and for whatever reason, that was the worst part of the whole situation. It now dawns on me that I'm lost out here, and I have no idea where the people are pursuing me. So yeah, I just turn around and I almost accept everything. Weirdly, parts of my life start flashing through my mind, the good and the bad, and in that moment I felt lots of pride for myself for everything that I'd overcome. I start walking now and pick up the pace. Now, I know for a fact that a branch didn't snag onto me because when I've looked on my jumper, I can see that there's no holes or anything, so it's definitely a person that grabbed me. I lift up my shirt and to my surprise I can actually see a bruise where who or whatever it was had tried to grab on me so hard that it's actually bruised a bit. Now, I ended up power walking for probably another good 10 minutes before I eventually come to roughly where the start of the trail is. Now, I take one last minute to turn around and I scream again and I say come on, swearing. I think an animalistic part of my brain had finally kicked into life, and maybe it was really the fight or flight in the latter come to light. But I did feel scared though a few seconds after that. I eventually make my way a bit further up and I'm able to escape from that forest. It was such a messed up situation. I go to check my phone and of course there's no internet. I think, well, that just sums it up, doesn't it? But then I feel a sense of relief knowing that I'm out of the situation and that I don't have to worry about my phone not having internet when I'm stuck out of there. It was starting to get cold now too, which was actually really annoying. It's actually become so cold that I have to start jogging the rest of the way home, which again was so annoying for me. I could tell that my body was exhausted and I was also trying to gain weight at this time, so I knew I could say goodbye to any weight that I could have gained. Yeah, that's how I was thinking. Nothing was really coming across logically. I did think about reporting this and everything, but the more I thought of it all, I kind of realised that they were probably just homeless people and that it probably wasn't as bad as it seemed, but I don't know. When I got home, I was faced with my partner again and I couldn't be bothered to actually talk to her. I kind of explained briefly what had happened, but she just didn't seem to understand. I decided that I should just save the details for myself and that she kind of didn't deserve to know almost. Now, it wasn't that long ago that this situation happened to me, and I haven't really told anyone about it, to be honest, other than you guys, but I don't know. Let me know what you think it could have been, because to be honest, I really don't know. I love to tell myself that it was probably just homeless people trying to rob me, but the thing is, I have contactless on my phone. I don't carry a bank card. I don't see the point, it's just another thing for me to lose. But I wonder what would have happened if they weren't happy with just taking my phone. Why were they out there? And why were they so quick to get aggressive and try and grab me? Yeah, it was pretty weird. I mean, I like to think that there was nothing too bad from it, but I guess there kind of was. And it does actually worry me a bit that I was so lost up in my head that I didn't consider the situation for which I put myself in, so yeah, I guess if it's kind of like a learning point for other people, just please try and always be aware of your surroundings and the situations which you're entering, because I know when you're emotionally reacting to things, it's easy to lose sight of what's in front of you, but sometimes that can be the most important thing for a variety of reasons. Now, slightly outside of Appalachia, me and a few friends were walking back to my house when we heard a long scraping noise. Now, this was pretty weird. I was actually convinced it was a woodpecker at first, but it didn't sound like much of one to me. We tried to take a closer look, but all of a sudden we get this dark energy and feeling like we're being watched. Now, we walked back to my home and we felt like this weird energy and feeling of being watched the whole way home. But then the noises stopped, but we keep feeling like we're being watched. I don't know what this could have been. I was tree planting near Smithers, BC, about an hour and a half into the mountains on dirt roads. I tried my best just to forget the incident occurred, as I simply could not find a way to rationalize what happened, and I don't care if people believe me or not. It was almost midnight and I was trying to sleep in my tent. Now, my tent was near a bunch of standing dead trees that would creak when the wind picks up. A very loud and distinct sound happened though. Now on this particular night it was dead silent and still. I started to hear sticks cracking and steps being taken that slowly got closer over the course of about 15 minutes. It was loud enough that I was certain there was a bear approaching my tent. It got so close that it had to be no further than 15 feet away from the tent, crackling sticks and paddling around the forest. I decided to yell out very loudly, and there's silence. I was answered with nothing but silence again. No sound of a creature fleeing or doing anything at all. I sat there, completely scared to move, trying to rationalize what I'd heard, but there was no conclusion. After about 20 minutes of dead silence, I hear the eeriest, most unnatural, unexplainable noise that I've ever heard. It was the exact same timbre and volume, and just basically the same sound as the trees outside were creaking. But instead of a regular creak, it began, then held the same note for 5 seconds or longer. It sounded like an unnatural drone that was obviously not a tree. That was not a hint of wind or any other things that could have possibly made this. I got barely any sleep the next day, and just had to forget about it. I didn't ever make the connection that skinwalkers are known to make sounds like this until a few weeks ago. This happened in July of last year. I wonder if anybody else has had anything similar happen to them. This happened in 2021 with me and 3 of my friends when we decided to go out to a late night walk through the forest in Mission, BC to a small lake at night. We were at the bushes before the train tracks and we were standing there contemplating whether it is actually a good idea to move forward, going further into the forest past the train tracks. For some reason we stood there and 2 of my friends felt uncomfortable that they're actually going anywhere. And I, on the other hand, with my other friend, are feeling rather adventurous, but eventually we all decide to walk. So we stood there, and we were like, why don't you guys want to go in? You could just tell that they felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave. So we waited a bit longer, then both me and my other friend felt uncomfortable and decided it's not a good idea to go. Then we hear things in the bushes a couple of feet away, like something stepped on a branch, but there was no other sounds whatsoever. It wasn't a small branch either, like a thick one, and it wasn't like a snap, it was like a really loud crash sound, like something really big was there. No sounds of bushes moving or anything like that. Now, we all decided it was no good. Felt like we're being observed by something or someone that's possibly dangerous, and we took off back to the truck immediately and left. It was probably just an animal, but it was quite weird. Also, the potential of being stalked out there is pretty scary, especially because there's a group of us and whatever this is wasn't scared. That's the weird part for me. I'm a search and rescue worker. Now I'm also somebody who loves to be in the great outdoors, and something that I volunteered for was doing some nature tours. We get a lot of tourists where I live, so I didn't have an issue doing this. Where I live it's very popular even during the winter months, so it meant often that tourists would need some guidance and just you had to make sure they didn't get lost basically. Now, one area that we went to, you had to take the cable cart things up to the top of a hill, and that was no issue. I was friends with the people that worked there and we had a really good relationship, and on this one particular day we're getting things ready. You had a beautiful view of the city near where I lived from on top of this hill thing, and the tourists would always love to go here. You had to be careful because they're pretty stupid sometimes and they'd actually go almost off the edge. Another colleague joining me this particular day was a ranger, and he told me that he noticed something odd. He saw some footprints which went further off of the normal trail, but they didn't look right. They kind of looked too big. I mean, I know a lot of people wear snowshoes up here, but it almost looked like it was covered in some kind of material. I can only describe it as something fluffy, but not, almost like it was more porous. Also, the strides were massive, and it didn't look right. Apparently there'd been some reports of some kind of weird person further out from the rest of the group earlier, wearing a white, kind of grey colour coat. They only ever saw the silhouette, but they said that this person looked pretty big. So me and my buddy go to investigate, and we don't have to make it too far. We realise that these tracks are going deep into the woods where we never usually go. And after about 5 minutes of following them, we notice that there's a really bad smell around here, almost like somebody or something had died. I start to panic a little bit, but I feel reassured by the fact that my friend is literally right next to me, and he's had more experience being a ranger than I have a search and rescue worker. Now that was when I saw it. I locked eyes with I don't know what. Now, these eyes were probably about 7 or 8 inches apart, and they're a good 8 feet or so above the ground. I can only describe what appeared to be a Halloween mask, but something with orange glowing eyes was staring at me, and I didn't have to tell my friend about what I was seeing, as he saw it too. I locked eyes with whatever this is for probably about 10 seconds before I heard the most deep growl that I've ever heard in my life. The next thing I knew, my ranger buddy grabbed my hand and we're hiking back in the opposite direction that we come from, constantly looking over our shoulders. We eventually made it back to the station and decided to close off the area for the day. In fact, we closed it off for that whole weekend. We radioed in what we'd seen to some other towers, and they said they're going to keep an eye out for whatever this was. The local law enforcement didn't want to know when we tried to explain this to them, thinking that it was just us playing a prank on them, but I still don't know what I saw to this day. I can only describe it as kind of like a Yeti thing, but I don't believe in those, but I don't know what it could have been. I'd probably spent too long out in the woods because I'd become incredibly comfortable out there. Every so often, I'd hear or see something that I couldn't explain, but it never really unsettled me. Now, I really had a knack for being out in the winter. I don't know why, I just really liked it. There was something about being out and the added silence that really was something I found peaceful. What made it all the better was the fact that I had a beautiful house that my family owned that was surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now this house was quite some ways up a hill, and it was somewhere that I loved going to. It wasn't necessarily modern, and you actually had to use a stove fire, I think that's what you call it, to stay warm. We'd even use candles sometimes to stay warm up there. Now, I remembered when I was a bit younger something weird that happened. Now, I'm going to have to tell you this from my dad's perspective because I don't really remember it clear enough, but this is what my dad said happened. So we're staying up there during one winter, just because the place is so beautiful, and to try and have a nice family holiday. I was working really hard at the time and I needed the break and clearness, so we headed up there. The first couple of days were absolutely beautiful, and it gets to Christmas Eve. We have all of the presents set up and a really nice Christmas tree, and this is a real one, not like the modern ones. We even have the fire going and it's really peaceful. My 2 kids at the time were really excited to see Santa Claus. There's my son and my daughter. Now, my daughter was a little bit younger but still believed in Santa, even does partly to this day. Well, that's a lot more than my son, which is why my story gets a bit weird. So, we put the kids in bed and it's just me and my wife laying there happy. Now, suddenly, My son runs in the room saying, Daddy, I saw Santa Claus out the window. Now, obviously realizing something's completely wrong, I get up. I realize that my son's not just going to make this up, and I kind of panic a little. I run out to the window and I don't see anything. He says, "Look, Santa's gone off running." I open the window and put my head out and ask my son to show me where. I quickly close it and grab my son and run out the front. And, what do you know? There's a silhouette of somebody running off in the distance into the tree line. I scream out, hey, but they don't respond. They seem absolutely panicked and maybe injured. They were running a little weird. From what I can make out, they're very old and have quite a long beard, and there's not much else I can see. But this definitely wasn't Santa Claus. I chased off after them as quick as I could, but they must have really took off because I never saw them again. I wasn't stupid enough to get lost in the woods trying to track this person down, but I realized something's really off. I eventually go back to my worried wife and son and I tell them not to worry about anything. I then say, oh, Santa's come too early, almost like a joke trying to get my son to calm down, but it actually works. The daughter was also a bit upset but much happier after realizing this. In their minds, I just chased off Santa and I was a monster, but in my own, I knew what happened. I asked my son to describe what happened and he said he was laying there half asleep in bed when he opened his eyes and saw Santa Claus staring at him through the window. I said how long was he there, and he said he doesn't know, but it must have been a while because he felt like somebody was there for quite some time. Apparently, he thought that maybe Santa was near and decided to pretend he was asleep for a good 10 minutes, just in case Santa was actually there about to deliver presents. Yeah, you can imagine how that made me feel, and I called the authorities, but unfortunately they didn't find anybody. So yeah, that was my dad's story, and now I find it as creepy as heck. From my perspective, it was literally just me waiting to see Santa, but looking back on it now, it really makes me feel sick. I hate the fact that things like this happen. I still have no idea who that person is, and honestly, sometimes when I'm out there on my own, I hope I find them just so I can give them a good beating, but I'll never know who it was, but it still freaks me out. Nothing too similar to that's actually happened since, and I'm quite grateful for that. Other than that, I had a really good childhood. Now, there's one other pretty creepy thing that I know that happened from when I was a bit younger, also related to this. Now, I had a friend who I'll just call Jack for the sake of this, who was my best friend at the time. Near Jack's house and not too far from the house that we had, there was a really nice wooded area. This was kind of secluded away from everything, and I don't know, it just had a certain vibe to it and we had lots of fun there. One of our favourite things that we could do was climb up a really big old tree. I remembered we'd do it sometimes if we heard other people, just because we didn't want them to intrude on us and make us jump, or I don't know, we were just kids so we were a little bit worried. Now, earlier in the day, we'd been doing some stupid things. We'd been stealing some firewood off somebody's front drive. Now, when we'd run up on the driveway, one of us would keep lookout and the other would go and grab the logs. I don't know why we did it, we literally had no use for these things, but I guess it's just a thing to do at the time. Now, we didn't actually like the people who lived here, mind you, because every time we played games outside, they would get really angry. I remembered one time we were playing catch or something and the ball went into this person's yard, and this old man comes out, grabs it and literally doesn't give it back again. I mean, we're literally kids having fun and he can't stand it. Like he had nothing better to do other than this. Well, hey, now was time for our payback. Now, after getting as much wood as we could pretty much handle without making it too obvious that we'd taken them, we head back to the tree. Now, we played a few games until we heard a voice screaming. They were calling out, hey, I know you're up there. Hey. So, what did we do? We panicked. I ran behind the big tree and immediately began climbing, but my friend Jack, he wasn't really a good climber and he needed all the help he could get. He started climbing up the tree and actually got a cut on his leg and started to panic, and I had to go down to rescue him. Eventually he was okay and decided to keep going higher. I told him not to and that it's a bad idea, but he didn't listen. I was in quite a good point, just out of sight where I could peer around the tree and see what was happening up ahead. Now there wasn't too much happening up ahead at first, so I actually grew relatively relaxed at this. Now not too much longer later, we can hear the voice but much louder. They say, "Hey, I know you're here. What are you doing?" But this voice sounded different. It sounded far too deep. I also saw a couple of flashlights. It was now getting a bit dark and I thought, God, I'm really in trouble now, and I really hope that my parents don't find out. Yeah, it wouldn't have been the best if my dad had found out, because he actually warned me about playing out here, so I wasn't looking forward to potential consequences, and at the same time, I was willing to do everything I could to try and minimize the risk of getting that whooping off my dad. So I'm playing it safe. Now, they ended up coming literally to the base of the tree. One of them whacks on the base of it saying, "Come on, we know you're out here." And my heart falls through my chest. All they have to do is look up just a little bit and they're gonna see me. And I can now see that it's a group of angry adults. Until eventually they make their way. Now we stayed up this tree for God knows how long. And I didn't make any communication with my friend. I knew it was a bad idea because it's going to be obvious that we're talking, and I didn't know if these people were waiting for us. I was 100% certain it was the people annoyed about us taking their wood. Also, when they left, I could see them carrying things which I'm pretty certain was a firewood, but I thought, well, at least I avoided my dad. But the problem is now that it's growing very late, and I'm going to get in much more trouble if I'm not home in time. I knew the best bet now was to say that I was going to stay at my friend Jack's house. Now this is something I've done a few times before and that I actually really enjoyed during sleepovers, but today I didn't really want to have to do that if I didn't have to, but it was looking that way. Now eventually I say, "Jack, Jack," and I don't hear a reply, so I realise that something's off now. I say, "Jack, come on, where are you?" And I look up the tree, and I realise that he's gone. Thinking, how could this guy have possibly gone further? I start climbing higher and higher, until I realise that he's not there. I think, God, did he get captured? In my mind, this is the last I'm ever going to see of my friend, and I actually feel a little bit scared, and this is the first true panic set in. I eventually make my way down, and I actually hurt myself getting off the tree. I didn't judge the fall very well, and my God, I don't know how I didn't break my legs. I was quite frustrated at myself for losing my friend, and I knew I had to look for him. Now, I sat down, and it's very dark. I take one step and I hear a loud sound, which immediately I realise is a frog, and I calm down a bit. I realise just how jumpy I am now, and how unsettling everything's making me. It was getting a little bit cold too, and I wasn't really dressed too well for the weather. Now I start making my way in a new direction that I haven't been before. This is through the very high grass. Now, I make it quite a long way along here saying, "Jack, Jack, where are you? Jack, I need you now. We have to go." Now the last thing that I wanted to do was go out of here without my friend, but I really don't feel like I have much of an option now. I think, God, why couldn't we have just done something normal, and kind of cussed myself out for a bit. I continue walking, wading further and further through this tall grassy stuff until eventually I hear someone whistle. I drop down really quickly and turn back to see what it is. Now, initially I see somebody waving, but because of the fear, I can't really see clear and it takes a second for my eyes to adjust. Then I realise it's Jack. In the tree, he says, "Hey, it's clear." I say, "Jack, for God's sake, how did you get up there? I was just there." And he said, "Hey, look, I come down, just come back quick. Don't move another inch forward." And I don't. I then start coming back the way that I went, and I realise that it's quite soggy ground around here. Now, I didn't realise how much ground I'd covered because it takes me quite a long time to end up catching up with my friend again. He says, "Hey, come here, no seriously," and I kind of think that I'm in danger again, so I start up the tree. I eventually make it to where my friend is and I say, "Where did you go?" And he says that he couldn't hear from me and he was worried that they had done something and couldn't spot me where I was, so he climbed down as quietly as he could and searched the area, then come back again. I tell him my perspective and he says, "I don't know how we didn't see each other," and I agree. He then says, "Look, I need you to come up here." I'm a little hesitant because I don't want to climb up the tree anymore because it looks dangerous, but he offers to go down, giving me enough space to get up there appropriately and safely. I do that, and eventually make it to almost at the top. As I do so, a large part of the tree falls down and makes a really loud sound, and I'm clung there. I don't want to move any further up now because it's not stable, so instead, I just look around. Now, I then see what my friend was pointing to from further down. Just up to the edge of where the grass is, there's a huge drop. Now, this is almost a cliff like I've never seen before. It's just pure blackness down the edge. I let out a large gasp and say, "How did we not see that before?" And Jack then tells me that I was literally only probably 2 steps away from going off the edge into the water below. Now, I know for a fact that I would have died or would have really seriously hurt myself and probably fell unconscious had I have kept on going any further. What really creeps me out about that situation is just a feeling of realization that I was 1 step away from being really hurt but honestly having no idea about the danger that I was in. I was really mad at myself, like honestly, but eventually we both make it down again safely, and we decided to go and check how much of the wood they've actually taken back. Jack and I then half joke about actually taking it back again, but we decided to leave it for another time. Now weirdly, we get to the exact spot where the wood should be and it does look different. We have a look around until eventually we find the pile. Now weirdly it was exactly where we'd left it before, but also there was an old busted out computer now next to it. You could see that somebody really had a go at it with a hammer, which we thought was pretty bizarre. We then realised that this is probably what the group of guys were after that we saw earlier, and we suddenly realised that it wasn't the old person that we didn't like or his friends trying to get the wood back, and that gave us chills. Now we're so unsettled by the realisation of this that we actually decided to put the wood back where it was, just so, I don't know, everything is as it seemed before. We kind of want to remove our traces and steps of ever being there, but we realise that it's not really possible. But we still do it anyway. We didn't really say many words and just gave our goodbyes, and I started the long walk home then. I actually lived on the other side of town where we are, and it took quite a while to walk back. Now I can tell you that that walk back was one of the most scary of my life. I was constantly looking around, half expecting them to find me again, and I was actually planning escape routes in case that happened. There was 2 ways that I could go back. One was through a main road and the other was near a big hill, and I decided to go through the big hill. It's just a bit more of a stealthy option and it just made me feel safer, and safety is really important at this time. I eventually made my way back home and I get berated off my parents for coming home so late. I say I'm really sorry and that I was going to sleep over at Jack's house, but I forgot our number to inform my mum and dad, and I got banned from going out to sleepovers or going to see Jack for a number of months, and that was quite frustrating. But I guess it was kind of the best situation out of what had happened, because I don't know who those guys were out there, or what they were doing with the computer, or who they were looking for, but the whole situation just seems messed up. I'm just glad, like really glad that I didn't fall. And another side note thinking of it is if I had have fell not expecting to fall, I probably would have especially got hurt because I wouldn't have been able to brace myself whatsoever. You know, if something falls on you and you don't see it, it hurts so much more. Yeah, just like that. Now, those are probably the most creepy experiences that I had during my childhood. Now, I have to bring you to one much closer. Now, this happened around 2 years ago, and it's something that I still think about to this day. Now, there's a few different cave systems near where this house is, and they're ones that I often didn't explore. Now, there's obviously good reasons for this because it can be incredibly dangerous, but I don't know, it can kind of be enticing sometimes. And one time that I was staying up at the house on my own, I decided to go and investigate. Now, it was my fault for not having enough of a structure and kind of losing focus on what was actually important in life, and I thought, hey, why don't I go and explore a cave that I know is kind of creepy and might be an interesting thing and give me something to talk about. And yeah, I got those things, but not how I wanted. So I set off one morning. It was pretty cold out and there was actually snow everywhere still at this point. Now, that wasn't too much of an issue, and I actually had some snowshoes designed just for this. Now, they were still a little wet from the previous day, but that doesn't matter. There was lots of different kinds of trees and shrubs around me, and there was kind of a few natural paths and breaks in the trees. Now, there wasn't any snow falling currently when I set off, which is a good thing, and everything is silent, and that's just how I like it. Now, I don't have to get too far until I'm just to where the cave should be, and what do you know, bingo, I find it. Now, this cave is basically a big hole in the ground, which I guess most of them are, but there's not kind of like a doorway. There are some rocks which kind of separate it into 3 sections, and I decided to gauge how deep it is. I grab a rock and throw it in, and I don't hear it at first. I realise that it's a pretty deep one, but there's pretty good ways to get down the sides of it, which I actually follow. Now, this cave is quite a lot warmer than outside, and I kind of realise why the cavemen like caves. I had done some caving before, so I wasn't too worried about setting off now. I also had my torch attached to my head, and a few spare ones, which are really important for when you're doing anything like this. When I went in, I thought I was going to find all kinds of cool things, but there wasn't really too much to see at first. Now, I knew this cave wasn't supposed to be too deep, and I liked that. I go to one area, and I can see some really beautiful rock formations which are coming up and dripping down from the ceiling, which I found really nice. Now, there were actually some spiders that I saw, and I really don't like them, so I decided to continue on. I'm not going to go too far because obviously I'm on my own and I don't want to get lost in here. Now, that's one of the stupid things that I'd done, was I didn't inform anybody of what I was doing. I remembered that at one point there was a very strong and sudden wind chill, which I thought was really odd. I hadn't felt anything like it, and I don't know why it just come on so suddenly. Now, this was really cold, like noticeably colder than the surrounding parts, which I thought was bizarre. Now, I continue on anyway, and I come up to an area where I see something odd. There's a chain swinging on its own. I don't know what this chain is or why it's there, but it's almost self-powered. I wondered whether it was actually a machine or something that somebody had left in there, because I knew nobody else was there but me. I do a quick hey, hello, and I don't hear anything. I think this is pretty bizarre, and I call out again, almost convinced that there should be somebody out there, other than me, but no, there's no one. Again, I think this is rather bizarre, and I continue on. I'm almost at my endpoint now, and I don't want to go much further, and I basically avoided the chain, thinking that it's something that could be explained. Now, at the time, it didn't hit me how creepy that was, and how bizarre it was that that was left in there. I just thought some other hiker had been in there, or explorer like me, and just left some of their equipment there swinging, and I thought maybe it was somehow motorized. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Now, eventually I hear a whipping sound, and I hear that it's coming from behind me. I turn around again and realise that it's from that chain that I heard before. I'm now convinced someone's in here with me, and I realise that they may need help. I then turn around and go to where the chain is, and it's still swinging like before. I then go up to it, and weirdly, I can see that there's nothing to make it swing. I hold it for a second and let go, and it suddenly stops. Now at this point it wasn't swinging so fast, but I was almost certain that it shouldn't be moving like this, and I'm looking for someone who might be in danger or need help. I call out hey, and again am just met with echoes. I use my other torch now so I can see a bit better, but there's still no one. Annoyingly too, I actually cut part of my head on one of the things hanging down from the rock formation above me. It's not a big cut, but it's annoying because I'm worried it's going to turn septic. I then decide that now is probably a good time to get out of here and start heading back, when I hear something. It almost sounds like a low growl, but it's only for a second and I can't be too certain at what I'm hearing. I think this is pretty weird, and I think maybe there's an animal that's got lost in here. Ah yes, that would make perfect sense. An animal's probably come and brushed it, and I've just been in here creeping myself out. And I decide to continue. I think that I'm getting out here and I don't have any time for it. But then I hear the sound again, though this time it sounds more like a moaning. Now, I'm not entirely convinced that what I'm actually hearing, it kind of sounds like an animal, but it kind of sounds like a person too, so it's pretty hard to figure out what this is. I'm trying to figure out where this sound is coming from, but it's really hard to approximate because of the echoes, until eventually it grows a bit louder and I know where it is. It's somewhere in the inky blackness, not much further ahead. Now I've got to figure out what this is. The curiosity was kind of killing me now, and I take my first few steps towards it. Now the first I noticed of it is when a shadow was cast from my torch. I can see the silhouette of something. Not exactly certain if I wasn't looking at another rock formation. I edge closer, and that's when I see it. Hunched over, in the shape of an elongated human body, is something almost in a praying position. I look up and lock eyes with whatever this thing is, and I see some piercing dark red glowing back at me as my flashlight illuminates whatever this thing is. Now in a split second, I turned around and was bolting out of there as quick as I possibly could. No, I didn't have much time to think. I was like a trapped person with a wild animal trying to get back desperately. What I saw I can only describe as a half-human, half-statue, half-creature which was really too long and skinny. It had some human features, but I couldn't make out much of a mouth or anything. Just these absolutely disgusting, demonic-looking eyes. Now I've done lots of research since trying to find anything similar to what I saw, but I just can't find anything. Now of course none of this is going through my head while I'm sprinting back, but I just have this terrible feeling. You know, like when you're running in a nightmare and you can't get away quick enough and your legs aren't moving? Well, imagine having that but also being trapped in a cave and trying not to get lost. Yeah, it was really frustrating. I looked over my shoulder every so often and I can't see anything. But every so often, ever so faintly, I can hear a weeping sound. I don't know whether it was getting closer and I don't know where it was coming from because of the echoes, but it was sure as heck there. Now in my desperation, I get stuck. I get my arm half wedged in one of the lodges on the way and I can't get it out. I keep pulling and let out a kind of quiet muted scream as I'm punching my arm, desperately saying no, come on. I keep glancing back every couple of seconds just to make sure whatever that thing is hasn't moved an inch, but I can't see it. I keep punching until eventually I free my arm and unfortunately cut it in the process. I got a nasty gash on my forearm, and again I'm worried about it getting infected. I've now made it about 3/4 of the way out of the cave, and I'm starting to see some lights. The rocks are incredibly jagged in this area, and I'm not going up the way you should. I'm going up the quickest way that I can, and I pay the consequences. As I start climbing the final ascent, some of the rocks fall off, and again I cut my hand. I'm not too worried about it right now, and I'm just desperately trying to get away from this thing. I have to stop for one moment to catch my breath and get ready for the last pull which I need to get up, and that's when I hear it again, the weeping sound. It didn't sound closer than before, but it's still there. I give myself one last pull, and eventually I'm freed from the cave. I climb out as quickly as I can, and I'm constantly looking in all directions. I don't feel like I'm out of danger whatsoever, and I don't know if I'm going to get chased again, so I decide to keep moving quickly. I look back and I notice something dripping down, and to my horror I see blood. I don't know what it is or why it's there when I suddenly realise that it's my own blood and that I need to get back to help quickly. So I continue going through the woods in the cold, feeling very scared on my own, trying to get back to civilization. I have quite a way to go, and I keep telling myself, you're so stupid, you're so stupid. Why on God's earth did you do that? Why did you go in there alone? What did you benefit from this? And I don't know, I just felt kind of a deep shame and fear. I don't stop looking behind myself, trying to figure out where this person or thing was. Now, I eventually make it back to the house, and I manage to patch myself up not long before I get into my truck and drive over to the hospital. They give me some shots and help patch me up even better, and that's because I wasn't sure exactly what I'd been cut on. They were worried that it was rusty metal or something like that, and all the other nasties. They asked the same question that I asked myself, which is, why did you go in there alone? I say I don't know, I just felt drawn to it, and I don't actually bother telling them about what I saw. Now, I eventually make it back to one of my friend's houses, and he asked what the cuts were about, and I just made up some excuse. I really didn't want to think about what had happened again. I really pained myself even doing it for this writing. Now, I don't know if the events that I told you about are somehow linked, or whether the creature that watched me through the window is the same one that I had seen in that cave, but whatever I saw, I know wasn't a living person like you and me. I don't know what it was, and it really haunts me. My family has a hunting cabin in the Algonquin National Forest of Pennsylvania. My grandpa, who worked in a steel mill in Pittsburgh, became the landowner in the 70s. Whenever the real estate agents used to go into the mills and post ads for huge plots of land that the steel workers would break up and all get their own plots of land for dirt cheap, then help each other build their camps. Allegedly, there was a gravesite found on the property that my grandpa bought. The details aren't exactly clear how this was discovered, but apparently some type of survey was done before the property was sold, and the archaeologists from the University of Pittsburgh uncovered a very old Native American grave. They evacuate the grave, but the pit by that point is now just a depression in the ground, and that's still there. This was on my grandpa's property about 200 yards from the cabin. Of course, I don't know that any of that is true, but the depression was, as far as I know, is still there. And that was the story that we're all told. Of course, when I was a kid, my cousins and I used to do very dumb and disrespectful things, like going to the campsite in the middle of the night and dare each other to lay down on it. I was probably about 10 years old when this happened in the early 90s. My dad swears that he doesn't remember it, but my cousins and I keep in touch, and they clearly remember it. We're all sitting around the campfire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows, talking, just that kind of thing. Obviously, there's no alcohol at this point because I was like 10 and my dad didn't drink. I remember my dad shushing everybody and my older cousins, and they're saying that they see something in the woods. My dad's telling everybody to be quiet. He shines a flashlight into the woods. I don't see anybody. We go back to our business as one of my cousins shouts out that there he is again. By shielding the light from the fire, you can see a wispy, greyish, human-like figure walking through the woods slowly, like prowling, like he's trying not to make any noises. He was walking from our left as if he came from behind the cabin and was crossing the wood line along our left and then across the front of the yard along the trees. It was probably 50 yards or so from us, taking a wide turn to avoid us. Nobody said a word. My dad and one of my cousins both shined their flashlights several times, but he would disappear. You could only see him in the dark after your eyes adjusted. At some point, he walked into the field of view where the fire was between us and him, and we never saw him again. The creepy part is the direction that he was walking is towards a gravesite. We had never seen this before or after. I spent a week every summer at that camp until I was about 20, and I never saw it since. Now, I grew up in a very rural area. As a kid, I'd done lots of exploring. Once when I was about 11 and my brothers were 8, we were riding our bikes down an old trail to the edge of our neighbour's property, where he frequented an abandoned dirt road and would go to them often. So we knew that if we kept following the trail, we'd eventually end up back to the main road, about a quarter of a mile from our driveway. We come across an old red iron lean-to. Now there's cow carcasses hanging from the top of the post in various states of decay. That spooked us and we get out as quick as possible. We really didn't speak about it after, but both still explored. Now I also found a house when I was about 16 or so, but never had the courage to go in. It was about 2 miles behind our neighbour's 22-acre property line. I didn't really worry about it because of how far it is, and I didn't want to go too far out on someone else's land like that again. Now here's where it gets weird. At 22, me and 2 friends got drunk and decided to go exploring. I knew how to get to this house because there's a trail. It's overgrown from years of neglect, but it's still a variable trail. We get to a clearing and there's a house. There's a rusted 50s old pickup from besides the home. It's white wood and still in pretty good condition. The lawn was shorter grass, almost like it was fresh cut, and looked like it needed some weed eater around the truck and house. I didn't think much of it at the time. We didn't plan to go in at first. We walked around the back and saw that there was a whole trailer behind the home. The two were connected by a cruddy made awning and porch. We could see the back door of the house and the front door of the trailer, and they're both open. There's 1/4 glass jars everywhere. I mean dozens, some on the ground under the porch and a lot on the platform. There were so many, they spilled out of the trailer house, and most of them were empty but had a clear liquid. We decided not to enter the trailer because that seemed to be where the majority of the jars are. We were unsure of broken glass and assumed the liquid was moonshine, as it wasn't growing algae like some of the others, so it's probably the alcohol doing so. We go through the back door and find where the house is in disarray. Paper everywhere, tons of water damage. The roof and floors are caving in some places. I found a calendar hanging from 1973. Old toys and books were just scattered. No seating or bedding furniture, but a couple of tables and a desk. The craziest thing I found was a box with that desk. I found pencils, blank papers, and how to write in shorthand books and some records. The records showed a large sum of money being paid not only to local shops but also several people. The place that I grew up in had lots of old money slash generationally wealthy people, and I recognised many of the names. Now, one of the names I recognised was my 70-something-year-old landlord's name. The sums of money were anywhere from 50 to 6,000. The large amounts were paid to the school, and frequently too. They'd get a check at least once every week, sometimes twice a week, never for less than 1,000. At this point, one of my friends found a plate and glass on the kitchen table. It was dirty, like it had food on it at one point. There were dirty dishes in the sink too. Kind of makes us feel really weird at this point. It had been about 10 years since that day a few weeks ago. Now I'm talking with my dad about 2 in the morning. We were talking about living there for many years, and we had many memories. With it being so late, I felt like trying to spook him a bit about the old house. I didn't tell him about the receipts. After hearing the story, he says, "Yeah, that's Mr. Cupp's house. I've heard about this dude for the 20-something years I've lived in that house." The more I got to thinking about it, the more I felt like I remembered the names on the record. I asked my dad how he knows about the house, and apparently, when we were little kids, my parents had too much to drink one night and took some of their friends out to go ghost hunting. He saw pretty much the same thing I did. He told me how he gets to the location, and I realized that the road I found in those carcasses as a kid was on one of Mr. Cupp's driveways. The other came out at about 1/4 of a mile to the opposite side of my house. I then told him about the receipts and our now deceased original landlord's name on it. He tells me he doesn't know about all the receipts, but he does tell me that way back in the 50s, Mr. Cupp and our landlords were at ends about where the property line was. Mr. Cupp had proof on his side of land. The landlord had filed a motion to stall the lawsuit, and eventually, after years of fighting, it was settled that the property that Mr. Cupp was living on is theirs. Some of the details in regard to why Mr. Cupp didn't get the land are fuzzy to my dad, but he does know that landlords didn't tell Mr. Cupp that he had to vacate because they didn't want him to appeal. So for about 10 years he lived there and nobody messed with him. At this point he's in his 70s. The landlord gave Mr. Cupp's property in addition to a lot of property of our neighbour's acreage to her daughter as a wedding present, and they forced Mr. Cupp to pay them in order to stay. The daughter used the money to fund a clubhouse in the middle of the property, and they also redirected access to his road. This went on for some time until the couple who are in possession of the property decide to divorce. This was the brother to my little brother's best friend's dad. His family's home was right down from all of this. He managed to win all the property from the divorce and get the money. The first thing he did was go to Mr. Cupp and sold him not only his property back, but all of the property that was originally the landlord's. So Mr. Cupp closed all of the access to the club and access points furthest to him. He left the one closer to his home open. Then what? I asked my dad. He shrugged and said nothing. He lived longer than died. They found him at the kitchen table a few months after he had died. I don't know who owns the property, nor do I know who maintains it. The only other person in this area with the last name is spelt different now and not originally from the area. I don't actually know much about it else, but I'd never figured out what was in those jars. I think about it sometimes and I have more questions than answers. I do kind of get creeped out a bit by people who live very secluded and have weird things in their house nobody knows about. I guess I'm glad that I found it when he wasn't still there. This is not my story, but my father's of when he was a park ranger. He absolutely loves the job. He describes to me how that you could see some of the most beautiful things in the world out there in nature that you almost become completely blind to when you live in a big city. We do live in a big city now, but we're going to change to live elsewhere soon. Now my father tells me of one experience which really shook him up. Apparently, they kept on finding dolls scattered around. I mean, literally, just randomly there would be these dolls that they would see. They didn't know why it had got there or who put them there, and they seemed to be quite old. In fact, ancient, almost like they were 100 years old. They'd all be dressed exactly the same with a black dress on and short black hair. They always thought it was weird, but didn't know if somebody had left it there, so they just put them under trees. Now, my father had to survey a certain area for something that they were going to build, and he said that he had no problem doing this. Apparently it was such a beautiful day. There was beautiful red-coloured flowers at the ground where he was walking, and the sun was shining very high in the sky. He said he couldn't have felt better. There was a beautiful lake to his left, and these gorgeous trees around him. He said, "This is it. This is what made it for me. Moments like this. No one around, but just the trees, breathing in the freshest air that you can and just forgetting about everything." Saying that most of the time that he was in these states, it was almost like meditation, and his mind could wander peacefully through the surroundings around him. He's making his way over to the area that he has to survey, and suddenly the beautiful scenic nature changes and a heavy feeling comes over him. He said he can't quite describe it, and he felt abnormally cold. He doesn't normally feel cold when he's out here. He decides to step into the sunlight, and weirdly, he feels the same. He knew something was off now, and he takes a few moments just to scan his horizon and figure out what's going on, but he can't find anything. Thinking this is very bizarre, he stops for even longer now and takes in a few deep breaths to calm himself when a blood-curdling scream makes his chest reverberate violently. Apparently it took a few seconds for him to come back to normal, and he said that he felt the blood leave his body. He looked around trying to figure out just what on earth this could possibly be, and then he sees it. A doll has been placed on top of, I kid you not, probably almost 100-foot tree. How on earth that got up there, my dad does not know. And the weirdest thing is that it's facing towards him. He then said that immediately he got out of there. He said that he had to jog away for so long that his legs were killing him, and he had to just keep on pounding to get enough adrenaline so he wouldn't feel it. He said that he went to explain it to some of the other guys, and somebody who had also seen the dolls looked pretty concerned and said he would go back to investigate with him. Now they get back to that exact same spot, and what do you know, the doll isn't there. But this isn't where it ends. There's another doll in another tree way too high up for it to possibly have been put there by anyone. They never could explain it. Now my dad also has another similar experience, which was very scary to him too. He said that it was only about a month after this incident happened. Now apparently, all of the dolls eventually just disappeared, and they didn't know where they went or why. But apparently when a group of them were still doing some surveying, they heard that scream, the one that my father had before, and again, all of them stopped dead in their tracks. They can tell that it's coming from somewhere towards the water, but none of them want to go. One of them, who has binoculars, says that you've got to look at this. Tell me exactly what you see. And my dad looks through the binoculars and can't see it at first until my friend guides him there. And they see another doll just floating in the center of the lake. They actually decided to leave the area this time and vowed to not investigate the dolls, and they knew something was off. After this, they didn't have another sighting of one, and they never could solve exactly what it was. Now, for the last story from my father, it's a pretty creepy one. Now, apparently, my dad was training somebody new, and he said to stop up here for a moment, and the other guy threw his bag down. Crash. A really loud metallic sound suddenly reverberates through them. They were both frozen into the spot and can't figure out what it is, and my dad says, "What on earth do you have in that backpack?" They then both look down and suddenly realise that somebody's put a bear trap on the trowel. They were literally only milliseconds away from treading on it, and unfortunately it's got the new guy's bag. Because of the location of it, it could only have possibly been put there intentionally. But who on earth would have put a bear trap on the trowel for somebody to stumble upon? Or maybe they were targeted. They did a good thorough search of the area, but unfortunately could never find anything else. It still haunts my dad to this day, and he's still quite paranoid about where he steps if he's in a new territory. Now, when I was around 15, my friends and I were driving around going to all of the haunted places around the basin. It's getting close to Halloween, so it's a tradition that we try and scare each other. The first place that we go to is called the Haunted Woods. Now, this is actually business. I know that sounds a little bit weird, but not a place in the woods. We go to an abandoned hotel near the UTE reservation. Nothing of significance happened here. We didn't see or hear anything, and we're just goofing around having fun. The driver then says that we're going to Skinwalker Ranch. I've never heard of Skinwalker Ranch, but I've heard of plenty of stories of skinwalkers. I was intrigued at first, but as we drop down the back of the hill behind the property, I get a feeling of absolute dread. It's almost like somebody threw a blanket over us. Everybody in the car got more and more quiet. Like, they were feeling the heaviness too. "I don't think we should go out here," I softly said. "Oh wait, we're going," the driver announces. "There's no moon tonight and no flashlights allowed," he continued. "I'll just stay here in the truck then. I have a really bad feeling and I don't want to go," I said. "You ain't staying in the truck alone, get out," he said kind of rudely. I get out of the truck and looked over at my best friend. Her face is white and she looks pretty scared. I've not really seen her like this before. I know we shouldn't be here. The driver of the truck said that he was in the back end of the huge ranch. I wouldn't have believed him that this is really a Skinwalker Ranch, but I did feel so unnerved. He walked over to an ancient pole and an old fence. He undid the hinges and we're able to go ahead. He lays it on the ground. There was an overgrown 2-road track leading into the darkness which followed up. The horrible feeling was overwhelming now. I started to think I'm gonna vomit. I wanted to go running back to the truck, but had a deep feeling that something would pounce on me if I leave the safety of the group. We weren't laughing or joking here. The heaviness is weighing in on all of us, and we walk silently through the dark. As we walk, I keep my eyes to the left, but it would occasionally glance over to the side of the track. Each time, I would see a dark mass coming out of the tall grass. I tell myself it's a cow, but each time I look at it, it moves. Finally, the driver and the leader of our foolish expedition stopped and said that we're almost at the old homestead, that we need to stay quiet in case the owners are around. As he turned to start walking again, a growl leapt from the darkness and he stops to take a step back. He wasn't our fearless leader now. His voice shook as he told us that it's time to head back to the truck. We walked away a little to the back, and then one of our group said that they need to use the bathroom. We stopped by a small stream running along the side of the property. I was smoking and talking to one of my friends about how relieved I was that we're leaving, and then glanced down at the stream, and at the same time my friend did, just in time to see a black figure emerge from the water. It's not a cow, not a coyote. It looked too tall and skinny, and like a man. We both scream and run back to the road. This is the last straw for everyone, and we actually run all the way back to the truck. Now I know this is eerie but kind of uneventful, but have no fear, this isn't over yet. A few months later, after this adventure had slowly left my mind, I had started to convince myself that the figures in the darkness are cows and that It was probably just the dark running water playing tricks on my mind and making me see things emerging that weren't actually real. My best friend had come over to my house to sit outside and smoke cigarettes. We did this pretty frequently. Like I said in the last story, we live in the middle of nowhere, so dumb things like this were about as much fun as we can have. So we're sitting in her car across the road from my home. Her car is pointed towards the town park, which was about a block away from my home. There are no other houses on the way to the park, so with the street lamps on at the park, you can basically see everything up here. "Oh, look, a deer," my friend said suddenly. I could see a set of glowing eyes on the very far end of the park. "Oh yep, there it is," I reply, as we watch and it slowly walks towards the centre of the park. In this spot is a huge metal slide / jungle gym thing, probably about 10 to 12 feet tall. As the deer is walking, I notice that for some reason I can't make out features. It seems to always be out of reach of the street lamps which are dotted throughout the park. The deer is actually right next to the slide when it suddenly stands up. Now the eyes that are watching are suddenly wide. Now this deer is probably 12 feet tall, or at least 10, and it stands on its hind legs. Me and my friend both start panicking. "What's that? It's not a deer," we say as we keep watching this extremely tall creature cross the park when my friends decide that we're driving up there. She locks the doors and we head towards the park. When we're almost there, the eyes had crossed the street and went into the neighbourhood across the park. By the time we get there, whatever it was had vanished. Another few months go by. The event had definitely rattled us and there was no convincing ourselves that it was a deer. Deer do not walk up and they're not that tall. Now one night, I'm at the same friend's house. That friend lives in a smack dab in the middle of a huge farmland. All around her are pastures and it was very peaceful most of the time. We had spent the night watching movies and hanging out. I went out and started my car and we were smoking together on her porch before I go. We were just chatting when suddenly her eyes leave my face and look behind and grow wide. I turn to look and there's two glowing red eyes just on the fence next to her neighbour's pasture. "What's that?" "I don't know." The eyes remained fixated on us for about 30 seconds and then turned to the left and vanished. We both ran back into the home. I didn't dare go home for another 45 minutes. If my car wasn't already started, I probably wouldn't have left at all. A couple of years after these events, I was speaking with a Ute tribe member that I worked with and she said something that gave me goosebumps. "It isn't what's on the ranch that you should be afraid of, it's what follows you when you leave." Rock Island is a state park located at the tip of Door County, Wisconsin on Lake Michigan. It's a very difficult place to get to. To get to the island, you have to take a car ferry from Ellison Bay to Washington Island. You then have to drive across Washington Island to Jackson Harbor, then take a pedestrian-only ferry to Rock Island. No vehicles or bikes are allowed on Rock Island. Even though the island is relatively small, about 975 acres, it had an interesting history. In the early 1600s, it was inhabited by a tribe of Native Americans, as well as a small fishing village of European settlers. The two groups did not trust each other, and they did have a few bad encounters that almost led to violence, but for the most part they lived peacefully together on the island. But by the 1640s, the Potawatomi had migrated to other parts of Wisconsin. Shortly after the Potawatomi had left the island, some of the settlers from the fishing village reported seeing a new group of people on the island. They seemed to be more white settlers, but they wore strange clothes and kept to themselves. No one from the fishing village was ever able to talk to one of these new settlers, or even find where they were living. It was around this time that strange things started to happen in the village. Several animals, it's not to mention what they were, but maybe like pigs or chickens, that the villagers keep finding slaughtered, and it seems as though that some of them are drained from blood almost. On a different night, a building used for preserving meat burned down. The villagers felt that these things must have been done by the new people on the island, and they intend to get them. But after a thorough search of the island, including the wooded inland area, they never found a single person. These strange occurrences seemed to stop soon after, and the search come up empty. In 1836, a lighthouse was built on the northern part of the island. After construction was finished, the lighthouse was inspected, and it was reported that the material of the lighthouse and dwelling are made of the best quality, and the work is done the best it possibly can be. There's also somebody appointed to look after the lighthouse too. Now this is David Corbin. Now, he was there for about 3 years. Now David Corbin started to complain that the plaster started to fall off the building, and some kind of liquid would ooze off through the cracks of the house, leaving it constantly damp. Corbin was completely alone most of the time at the lighthouse, and said sometimes that when he was there, something would come and stare at him, but he would never tell exactly who it was, as they would disappear. In 1845, after 8 years of relative solitude at the lighthouse, an inspector visited the lighthouse and determined that while Corbin was fulfilling his duties, he was acting weird. The official report said that the inspector ordered him to have 25 days of absence to find a wife, and to have one to live with him at the lighthouse. However, some think that the inspector was startled by his mental state caused by years of solitude, and thought it would be best for him to have some time away from the island. In 1852, Corbin reportedly fell ill and died that December in the lighthouse. He was buried in a small cemetery not far from it. The next lighthouse keeper also reported a quick deterioration of the lighthouse. Now, some friends that would actually visit him there say that he would talk of seeing strange things at night, but he wouldn't elaborate on what he had seen. In 1858, after only 22 years of service, the original lighthouse was torn down and a new one was built. From that point on, the lighthouse keepers are required to have an assistant keeper or family with them there. No strange occurrences were further reported after that, except for strong storms and shipwrecks, except on January 20th, 1876. The keeper at the time, named Betts, reported that he saw 2 men attempting to row from the mainland from Washington Island. He wrote a terrible storm came up shortly after their departure, and they never made it to their destination. Over 3 months later, in May the 3rd, 1876, Betts wrote, "The 2 men who were completely lost last January have been seen several times, once from the Caney Lighthouse and one from the Jackson Port. The men were apparently frozen stiff and sitting upright in a boat, a mass of ice. At least they were still adrift. There is not much hope that they can be found and buried." By the 1900s, most of the island's inhabitants left for better fishing areas on Lake Michigan, but in 1910, a successful business owner inventor, Chester Saunderson, purchased all of the island, except for the land that the lighthouse occupied in the north. He used the island as a private summer retreat from his business in Chicago. He is responsible for unique and mystifying buildings and structures that are still there today. On the south end of the island, he has built a giant stone hall, and it has a boathouse on the lower level. A strong water tower was built on the east side of the island, and an imposing wooden gate was constructed at the west end of the island. The Great Hall was used to store his immense book collection. He had over 11,000 books, and it's rumoured that some are very rare and are very important, but he died of a heart failure in 1945, though some have speculated that he saw something that actually scared him to death. Now, after his death, Multiple churches and universities were interested in his book collection, but he had willed it to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, providing that they purchased it for $300,000, which they did. Now, all of the history that I gave is to give a little context for the experiences which I had direct or indirect involvement with on the island. In August of 2021, I took my first and last trip to Rock Island after taking 2 ferry rides. I arrived on the island at about 2 p.m. I had booked the remote campsite E, which is a backpacking site that's a little over a mile from the dock. I took my time hiking out to the site to enjoy the scenery and took a couple of breaks just due to how heavy my backpack was. I was actually more prepared for camping probably than hiking. I got my site set up and my tent and got everything situated and started gathering sticks and driftwood from the beach so I can make a fire. On my third trip back from the beach, before I get back to my site, I heard a single pitched squeal noise coming from the forest. It didn't sound close, but it was such an unusual sound that I stop in my tracks and wait for a good 30 seconds, waiting to see if it's going to happen again. It didn't, so I continued back to my site. When I got back, I began starting work on a fire. The remote campsites on Rock Island are pretty well spaced out. Sites C, D, and E are grouped together, but there's probably 100 yards between each site. There's not a real trail connecting the 3 sites directly, but enough people have walked along the ridge between the sites that there's an obvious path. As I'm getting more sticks together for my fire ring, something caught my eye and I looked up. Fairly far away, it looked like it might have been at site D, or a little further, was a person running in my direction. My first thought was, well, that's odd, because, like I said, it's not even really a trail that we're on. Then my mind just went to, there must be something wrong and this person needs help. They get a little closer and it looked like it may be a woman in distress, or maybe something was off who needs help. They got a little bit closer now, and it looked like maybe it was someone in loose grey clothes and a hoodie. It was quite far away though, and I couldn't really make out details. I quickly stood up from the crouching position that I'm in, and just as I do so, I hear a high-pitched squealing noise again. It was behind me now, but much closer. This startled me a lot, so I turned around to look behind me. I scanned the trees for a couple of seconds, but didn't see or hear anything. I turned back around because I knew the person running must be getting close, but now they're gone. Again, I stood there and scanned the trees, but did not see them anywhere. I was so confused, I was kind of froze for a few seconds. It was all very strange, but I was able to reason it out of my head. It's just a fellow camper, right, running from here. I try and forget about it, but it's bothering me. I did not like the squeal sound whatsoever, and it felt strange. With some effort, I decided to let it go and start my fire. I had a quick meal and a couple of adult beverages and decided to do a walk. I hadn't seen sites C or D yet, so I thought I would check those out and see if I did have some neighbours camping nearby. D is empty. I did see the path that led away from the site and the trail, and it made me feel a little uneasy about the runner. I figured that maybe somebody from site C took a strange way to get to the trail by going through D. The thing is, it didn't make a lot of sense though, because I probably still should have been able to see them, but it made me feel better. I continued to go to site C and saw that there was a tent set up. I really didn't want to bother anyone, but I just thought that I would go over with the excuse and I'm going to introduce myself as a camping neighbour from site E and see if anybody looked like they might have been the person running earlier. I came up on the campsite and there was a couple sitting on a picnic table. Neither of them appeared like they would have been the person I saw running. I think this is odd and I introduce myself and they do too. They're probably in their mid-30s and are very nice. They both seem to be pretty drunk, but a quiet drunk. I did ask about the runner, or the squealing noises, because it was so weird. I wished them a good night and go back to my tent. When I got back, I have a cigar and a few more drinks. It got dark and it started as a perfect night. The sky was clear, and just as I was staring up, looking at millions of stars, I feel a bit better. Just about everything earlier and think, wow, I was being stupid and need to get some sleep. It was a long day, so I fall asleep almost immediately. Around 2:30 a.m, I'm awoken though by a huge boom of thunder. It starts pouring down, the wind picked up and the temperature drops. I love camping in the rain, but I did not like camping in a lightning storm. A pretty big storm came through and I start to worry. The wind was whipping at my tent and the ground was shaking from thunder and lightning. I didn't feel good about being out there in a tent and felt very exposed. The storm lasted for about an hour before it became a light drizzle. I just started falling back asleep when I heard the squealing noise again. I opened my eyes up wide in the dark and just laid there silent. There was another louder squeal noise and it was pretty close. I knew there was no real dangerous animals on Rock Island. There are deer and porcupines, but nothing like bears or wolves. Knowing that still didn't make me feel better. There was just something about that squeal that I didn't like. I say squeal because that's the best way I can describe it. It sounded to me like a pig squeal. I honestly don't know that much about pig noises, but that's what I thought of when I heard it, an injured or angry pig squeal. I continue to lay in my tent and start to hear footsteps outside of my tent. It was starting to rain, a lot heavier now, and the sounds are a little buried though. It sounded kind of like there was some kind of large animal or human walking around though that I can sense now. I sat up in my tent and took a knife. I feel better with this. In my head I just keep saying, you know, it's just an animal, it's fine. Nothing in the woods can hurt you. I listen as the footsteps start to move away from the tent. I just sat there, trying my best to hold my knife still. For maybe 10 minutes without hearing anything else now. I start to think to myself, it's fine, it's just an animal. You're being silly. You need to sleep. Now, I was just about to lay back down when there was a very loud squeal which was coming from right outside my tent. It felt like my heart just stopped and a shiver went down my spine. My heart was beating so hard that my entire body is pulsating. And I feel it in my ears. It took everything in me just to stay there. I scream out, get out of here, but not shouting, kind of as stern as I can do in that moment. But I don't hear any more squeals or footsteps that night. I also don't sleep. I just sat there in my tent for maybe an hour before I laid down. Eventually the rain stopped and I just keep laying there until the sun come up. All that time reassuring myself that I was being stupid and it's just an animal. It was probably 7 a.m. before I decided to get out of the tent to relieve myself. As soon as I stepped outside my tent, I saw that my picnic table had been overturned and is now upside down. When I saw this, I surprisingly calmly thought, okay, that's enough, I'm leaving the island. I checked my surroundings and nothing else seems to be out of place there. I actually reasoned with myself that the wind had blown down the table during the storm. It still seemed a little strange because the table was pretty heavy and I felt like I would have been able to hear the table flipping over. But that might have made sense. I made some instant coffee, had a bit to eat and started to feel better about the whole thing and decided to go for a hike. I admit it, I get easily scared when I'm camping alone, but that's natural. After I had some coffee and food, the sun came out. I realised that nothing I heard or saw was anything that couldn't have been explained, other than not getting a good night's sleep. I was having a pretty good time though. The reason I came to the island in the first place was to hike for 7 miles through Vordeson's Loop Trail, because it has lots of interesting things to see, and I was excited to start the hike. I packed a few things in my backpack and head off. Fairly close to the site is a water tower, I have no idea how it originally worked, or why it had to be a tower, but it's an impressive building with a fireplace that looked like somebody had recently had a fire in it. A little further down the trail was a cemetery and 2 sisters, and there's a few others where people are buried. I believe that it's strange that there are still more buried here in unmarked graves. These very likely are some settlers from the old fishing village. The island has 3 cemeteries. There is one by the beach, and that's where Chester Thornton is buried. There's one on the eastern part of the island where the 2 sisters are buried, and there's one in the northern part of the island where the original lightkeeper, David Corbin, is buried. There's also at least one Potawatomi buried on the island, but no one knows exactly where it is. I kept walking the trail until I come upon a very scenic overlook area with a bench where I sat down and drank some water. I started to hear someone talking on the trail ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone yet. There was a bend in the trail and there were thick trees, so I sit on the bench waiting for these people to come around the bend. The voices were coming closer and closer, and I could tell that they weren't speaking English, but I couldn't place the language of which it could have been. Both the voices are very deep and guttural. Then, back in the woods, I hear a loud and quick O sound. Immediately, both of the voices I was listening to respond with their own O sound too. I kind of smiled because it sounded like these 2 heard whatever it was in the woods and were trying to be funny by mocking it to respond. I got off the bench, put my backpack on, and started walking in the direction further down the trail where the voices are coming from. But I never found these people. The rest of the hike went very well. I visited the cemetery where Colvin is buried. I took a self-guided tour of the lighthouse. I passed a wooden gate that was apparently used as part of a larger structure. I walked by the Great Hall and the dock area from where I arrive on the island. I visit some of the other structures on the island, come across the cemetery where Chester Thornton is buried, then finish on the loop by returning to my campsite. It was a very nice hike with a lot to see, and wasn't especially difficult, but I was tired. I did walk down to campsite C to ask the couple I spoke with the night before how they did with the storm during the night, but they've gone. I was disappointed because I really wanted to ask them about the squealing noises from the night. Now the rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. I built a fire, made some meals, had a cigar and some drinks. As soon as it got dark, I was ready for bed since I had so little sleep the night before. I got in my tent and quickly fell asleep. I might have been asleep for about 3 hours because when I woke up suddenly, I was immediately fully alert. Nothing that I was aware of caused me to wake up, but I felt like something was wrong. I sat up in my tent, and this next part is a little hard to explain. A feeling of complete dread washes over me. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. It felt like there was something in the tent with me. I could feel that it's very angry, seething with rage actually, rageful even, and I could feel its hatred towards me. It felt like something very bad was about to happen, and I couldn't do anything about it. I started to shiver uncontrollably. There was the smell of garbage or rotten meat, and this had just got stronger and stronger to the point that I wanted to throw up, but I can't because I'm frozen. I had never felt so exposed and helpless. I stared forward at nothing, just frozen, and the weird thing is that I accept whatever it was about to happen to me. It felt like my brain was telling me that whatever was about to happen, even if it's death, will at least be a relief. Then I passed out. At least I presumed to have passed out. That's all I remembered until I woke up at 8 AM in the morning. When I woke up, I was lying outside in my sleeping bag. On top of it, my legs are in an unnatural position which is uncomfortable. I was on my back with my left leg straight out and my right leg bent so that my foot was up against my knee. The heart started pounding, but I kept telling myself it's a dream. It was a dream. I'm leaving right now. I pack up everything very quickly and start back towards the dock to catch the first boat off the island. Since the first boat from Washington Island doesn't arrive until 10:30 AM, I had to kill a little time around the Great Hall and dock area. I wanted to get off the island so bad, but I did feel a little bit better just being out of the woods and I could see other people. I sat down on a bench a little, just to rest on the east side of the dock and lit a cigar, just to give me something to do, trying not to think of the previous night. I was sitting a few minutes and just scanning out onto the water when I was startled by somebody behind me saying hi. I jumped and was embarrassed when the person came around saying, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I saw you smoking and just come to see if you have a light. I felt silly for being scared and said it's fine. I just didn't sleep well last night and was kind of zoned out, and I handed him my lighter and he thanked me. I lit a cigarette, then handed the lighter back. We then began to talk about the usual things that you might talk about. He said that he's from the Madison area. We talk about the storms we've been having. He seems to be a real outdoorsy kind of guy and talks about his plans to move to Washington Island. It was a nice normal conversation and kind of took my mind off the night before. He seemed like a pretty nice guy. Then, naturally, he says, where have you been staying at? I then tell him that I was staying at Site E for the last 2 nights, and he said that he usually books that site, but I must have reserved it before him. He said that he booked Site D for the last 2 nights. I was surprised by this because there was no tent or anything at Site D, and the 2 times I walked past it, I told him this and he said that he comes from the islands a few times each year and that you have to book a site, but he actually camps at different areas on the island. I asked him where he camps and he told me that most of the time he camps in the East Cemetery, but he also likes to camp in the woods, south of the lighthouse. He told me that he likes to hike about halfway down from the Fernwood Trail and just heads north into the woods where he finds a place to go. He said that one time he found the ruins of a small log house in the woods and he's gonna find it again and actually camp inside of it. Inside of it, I thought. At this point, I started to change my opinion about the guy and want to change the subject, but then he asked me if I heard the screeching in the woods. I took a second to reply and knew that he was talking about the squealing I had heard. I told him I did, and he said to me, "Do you know what it is?" This time, he took a second and I saw his face change. He looked at me while I was talking, and almost like he was telling me a secret with no expressions on his face, said, "A demon lives on the island." Under any other circumstance I would have laughed this off, but not after what I had experienced the night before. He looked at me and must have seen the anxiety and fear I had. He was surprised by letting out a quick laugh. He asked me if I saw anything that night. I told him I hadn't seen anything and he stared at me like he's trying to figure something out. I felt like he could tell that I had experienced something. At this point, I was ready for the conversation to end. Then he told me that he had seen something in the cemetery that night. Now his face and mood kind of changed again, like he was trying to confide in me. I really did not want to ask the question, but I knew he wanted me to ask it, so I asked him what he had saw in the cemetery, but my voice was shaky. Then I could tell that he had changed his mind about telling me. He looked at me with empathy and told me, "It's hard to explain, but if I was afraid of the screeching noises, then he didn't think I should go near the cemetery." I didn't. say anything right away, but he said 4 words without any context. Keepers of the flame. I looked at my cigar and the ash was long. I put it out and told him that I was going to go by the dock for the boat. He nodded and started to walk away. After a few steps he said, "Hey," and I turned around to look at him. He said, "Just don't come back here." I turned around and started walking again. I don't know if that was a warning or a friendly suggestion, but it really felt like it had gone to my heart. I definitely was not coming back to Rock Island. When I got home, I looked up Keepers of the Flame, as it pertained to the Rock Island. I found 3 things that he could be referring to: the name of the Native Americans who lived there, the lighthouse keepers on the island are called this, and there was also a 19th century cult that is said to visit the island and called themselves that. I know hundreds of people visit Rock Island every year and have a great time camping, hiking the trails, but my humble suggestion is do not go to Rock Island. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mum and dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August/beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought was some kind of birds kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees, or at least that's what it sounded like coming from the top of them. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night, then the next night it would come from the other end of the campgrounds that we're at. I'd listen to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise, but nothing was ever close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail was somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. Incident 1. My dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like somebody rummaging through the ice chest, which was sitting between our tents. He said that he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told me and my mum about it the next day. The odd thing is that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened the night after the first one. I had a small TV and a game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approach our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was still and quiet as possible, but whoever or whatever it was knew I was awake because it decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear, thinking it was a bear maybe, and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand away and walked back. I didn't even think about looking for the tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so it definitely wasn't. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, so despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on the tent and pushed it in a little too, because I saw it with my own eyes and it left me terrified with fear. We know it wasn't a homeless person or anyone else because there was maybe 5 sites that didn't actually have anybody in them around us. I don't know what it was. It might have been a Sasquatch or something. Now, this happened during a camp out with my best friend and I about 20 years ago. I have quite a few stories that happened in my 10 plus years of living in this neighborhood, but this was by far my scariest encounter. So I grew up in southern NH and I had some interesting times in East Derry. I grew up in a cul-de-sac with a police captain and detective as my neighbours. I had a lot of weird/strange things happen to me while living there. Most of them are connected to the home itself. I had a type of shadow person. It would take the shape of my family members, and years after moving from that house, my older brothers would tell me that whatever it is likes you. Which brings us to one of our many stories. My best friend lived 5 houses up from me, and her parents owned a pop-up camper. It was located to the side of their porch, which had the door that the family used as a main entrance. Being the young 12 to 14-year-olds that we were, we had many sleepovers in it with other kids in the neighborhood. We had a few experiences, and I'll tell you the most haunting of them. That night, it was just her and I. We're both girls, and at that age, we would bicker over the dumbest things. This night, it was her throwing a piece of gum to me, and it getting lost between one of the mattress linings in the camper. She wasn't willing to give me another piece, which makes us butt heads. We're bickering back and forth about her giving me another piece when we both went dead quiet. All of a sudden, we both heard what sounded like footsteps walking around the camper. Then came the talking. I don't know how to describe it other than it being right there, like a whisper. It still sounds as though it's very distant. It was Mao, and we could not make out what it was saying. It's in another language. We look at each other with concern, and I remembered her taking off her socks and just making the 15-foot sprint to the side of the door, up into her room and grabbing the house phone. Her parents were drunk, so we didn't talk to them. Instead, we did the only rational thing and called my house, and my mum ended up driving around the neighborhood 2 times, only to call us and say that she saw nothing. We were freaked out, and we actually slept on the floor next to each other. Where we slept was under the window that overlooked her front yard. I'm not sure when we fell asleep, but we both remembered hearing the sound of raking or digging outside near the trees. Now, this story was about 20 years ago, and to this day I'm still friends with my childhood best friend, and if ever we bring up the story, people doubt it, but I hate that, because I know what happened to me. This happened on the backwards creepy highway road somewhere between Georgia and Florida in the 80s. My family has always been a kind of road trip family, since my dad does not like flying. Now, when I was a preteen, we took one of the many road trips to Florida, and my mum/dad would both drive for the entire 24 hours. We would stop to eat and take breaks/gas. I'd always been a light road sleeper and wake up for anything. The reason why this story sticks with me so well is that it's one of the only times that I've seen both my parents showing signs of being scared, something I never saw before as a kid. So in the middle of the night, I remembered waking up to my parents talking about something in concerned tones. The windows were open since we were far enough south now to be out of the cruddy November Midwest weather. Once I wake up, they both stop talking, so I sit up thinking that they're arguing or something and that it stopped. I look out the window and see nothing, just trees and fields, the moon and electric poles and woods. But nothing, no houses, cars, nothing. I ask them what was up and my mum says, I don't know. So I'm like, what, are we lost now? And they say nothing. I can hear music, like our radio playing, but it's coming from outside, just loud enough to be a car next to us, but there are no cars on the road. But it's not too loud to make out the exact song, it's just music. And my parents are listening to it too, so quietly. So I say, where's that coming from? And there's a pause and my mum says, I don't know, is it our radio? No. And then suddenly my dad says, just roll up the window. And my mum practically has a heart attack getting the window rolled up. I went back to sleep somehow, but have no idea what's happening, and my dad drives faster. On the same trip, we saw a couple with a trailer hitching up a car behind them, but it was hitched up in a way that it looked like an invisible person was driving. My parents thought it was so hilarious and then redirected any mention of the Phantom music to that. Now, I've never forgotten the story, and I can't really make out what it actually was playing that music, but it was extremely weird, especially looking back on it now. Now, something happened to me a few years ago. Long story short, I was walking my dog at night when, in the forest, I saw something lit up by orange street lamps, which appears to be a deer standing up. But when I look at its head, I can't understand its face, as in, the head/face was sort of shrouded in darkness. It's almost like it's rooted away, and I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. Last night, years after that encounter, nothing strange had happened up to now. I was sleeping in my bedroom, which is situated facing the road, with my windows open. I'm normally a deep sleeper, but I woke up to the loud sound of bird noises. At first I thought nothing of it, simply birds calling in the middle of the night. But over time, I noticed something. It's hard to describe, but it sounded as if about every 5 seconds or so, there would be different bird songs and calls. The calls weren't different sounds, as in certain birds making different pitch noises or whatever. Instead, it's the same whistling noise, not like a whistle blowing, but instead, like the noise of a songbird, but in different arrangements for an hour straight. It was very loud, but loud enough that I covered my head in 2 pillows and was still awoken. It was just repeating the same 50 different calls or so in the same order. It was as if one bird was trying to imitate the different calls of different birds over and over again. The noise was about 25 feet away, coming from the thicket next to my home. There was no sound though but the calling. There was no birds or I should say other birds, frogs or anything. No cars actually went through. I also faintly remembered the smell of rotten eggs, but this may have been my brain just playing tricks on me. Eventually it stopped though, and I fell back asleep terrified. I had kept my eyes shut tight. I woke up again about 15 minutes later, hearing the sound seemingly further away down the street, but at the exact same order. Then later through the night, I heard the noise again, either in the same spot as before and louder, or right next to my window. I faced away from the window and kept my eyes shut, horrified but in such a tired state that I simply stayed there, not able to think of anything else. What was that? Does anyone have an explanation for it? I don't know what it could have possibly been. In northern Minnesota, at a rural lake resort that my friend owns, we were snowboarding through the woods at around 2 a.m. It was about an hour from any surrounding towns to get there. The resort was closed for the winter, and we were staying at one of the lodges for a couple of nights. We got lost and went pretty deep into the woods, and I got a horrible sinking feeling and was asking him to hurry us back. I kept seeing glittering red specks of light around us. It looked like red lights or eyes staring at us. It happened every 5 to 10 seconds from different directions. There was something black in the underbush. I could hear sticks breaking around us, and this just seems to be getting closer and closer but without moving. My friend had accelerated hard and we whipped through there, multiple times turning hard and ending up finding a crossing to a thawing lake at an unsafe speed to get back to the lodge. You could hear the ice cracking beneath us, just loud chunking noises. I asked him what's going on. Why did he take us across the lake like that? It's so dangerous, and I was panicked and annoyed. He said he saw faces in the woods and kept seeing something in the underbrush. He kept feeling like something was coming after us, which is why that we had to take such sharp turns, as he had seen it a few times at the turning points. I have no idea what was out there that night. This was no trail cam area, and we also didn't see moose or bear tracks the next day. It still gives me a weird heavy feeling, now 10 years on. I grew up in rural South Georgia and I live with my parents and several siblings on a large farm. Most of my family grew up believing in paranormal activity due to our Native American heritage. My dad, on the other hand, was a non-believer and would always discount our encounters as hogwash or other active imaginations. My mum said that she had been woken during the night by disembodied voices. She said that it would sound like there was a room full of people where you couldn't hear a single conversation but could tell the overall mood of the room. The activity would heighten around pivotal moments in her life. For years, my dad would laugh it off and said that he's never heard a thing, even after all the kids moved out. Fast forward several years later, and my dad had been diagnosed with large and small cell lymphoma and lost some weight and things because of it. I stayed with him around Christmas of 2020, and I vividly remembered him telling me that he's routinely awoken by the same voices that he had discounted for decades. He said that he would check the house to make sure the TVs or radios were off, but there never was anything. I'm a 17-year-old guy, currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. Shout out Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I won't specify exactly what this trail is. Anyway, the particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. It's pretty simple in and out on an overnight trip. I planned on going with my friend, but they cancelled on me in the last minute. So, with a bag packed and a car ready to go, I decide I'm going to go on my own, not leaving the house on time, and some trouble navigating through the forest roads. I didn't arrive on the trailhead until around 5:45, which for those of you who don't backpack, this is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned parking spot, and it was getting dark fast. I figured if I moved very quick, I can get at least 3 miles in before I have to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially since I'm on my own. Now, eventually it got so dark that I can only use my headlamp to see where I'm going. Now, with only using the headlamp as my light source and moving fast, I end up not where I want to be. This area isn't great, but I find a spot where there's some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a circle fire, so it can't be too bad. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got a fire going. I got my tarp set up and crack open a can of chili mac. I brought it here, and I really look forward to eating. I was feeling good. My camp was set up, my food was on fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away, but it was still there. Now, to fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I had picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, and the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. Now I'm sitting on my ground near the fire eating my dinner, when a small rock, about the size of a marble, is actually thrown at my camp. I look at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail at night. I immediately turned my light on, and towards the area that I'd seen the rock come from, but due on the destiny of the pines and brush, I can only see about 10 feet. I spent about the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded my area, searching for whatever had thrown it, not daring to stray too far from the fire I set. It was giving me a false sense of security, to be honest. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or it had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves, really inaudible if you weren't listening for it at the time. I'm still in a sleepy daze. I listen to the rustling of leaves, but it gets harder to hear as I assume they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had next to me when I'd fallen asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I get as I realize that it's not even there now. I don't get how. I stand up in my sleeping bag, now ducking out of my top. Now, I can't really see far into the woods, but I was able to see a light off in them. It couldn't have been more than 15 feet away, but it's my flashlight laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life that I've almost had a heart attack. The flashlight that I'd left sitting right next to me when I'd fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in my other hand and keeping my head on a swivel. I weigh my options: stay here, wait it out, or attempt a 3-mile hike back to the car in darkness. I figured that whether or not I'm gonna get out of here, I'll definitely have a better advantage if I was out on the trail with a light. So I decide that I have to stay at my camp and remain there for the night. Eventually, it came back. I could hear it walking through the woods. It was so far off that I couldn't hear it at first. It sounded like somebody walking by, strolling around without a care in the world. Sometimes it will walk far, then near, and a few hours later do the same thing, still faint as ever. This goes on for 3 or 4 hours until I listen to the steps getting closer until they're about 7 feet from me. At this point, the fire's got really small as I've run out of wood for it, and the footsteps stopped and everything went totally silent. I sat there still for 2 hours, clutching my knife in my hand. I pray that whatever this is can just leave me. I stay like that until the sun came through, and I can see that I'm alone in my campsite. I packed up all my things and speed walked the 3 miles back down the trail I've taken. I arrived at an empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprinted to it as I unlocked my Supra. I jumped in it and drove until I put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apchi Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see or talk to someone. As I exit the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back of my window: "Sleep well." The hell, a lot of weird things happened to me on my various adventures through the Arizona, but this was the weirdest by far. I thought I had to share it. There's a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favour and stay as far away from them as you can. This is a story that's been really bothering me lately for absolutely no reason whatsoever. A few months back, I just had this dream that brought back this memory I tried to suppress growing up, but as of recently, it's been weighing on my mind. Growing up in 2005 on the edge of the suburbs, there was a large grove of trees and hills by some railway tracks that led to a big forest about half a mile from my home. When I was 9 years old, me and my neighbourhood friends would ride our bikes to the railroad tracks. We'd walk to the forest and go and explore the random pieces of furniture and junk in this forest. We'd play card games, do homework, and hang out with friends for about 2 hours. We never stayed too long. There was this small abandoned house, and in this forest, we always stayed away from it. As one of my friends, Michael, said, there's a homeless man that lived there, and if you saw him, run. So right off the bat, after hearing this, going near the house in the woods was as scary as could be. One chilly November afternoon after school, I came home and dropped off my backpack at the back of my home and immediately go there. My bike is broken at the time, so I walk. Michael told me at school that apparently this area of the forest is a really good place to play Pokemon with him. This is something we'd frequently do growing up, just to pass time until our parents got home at 4. Nothing unusual. As I crossed the railroad tracks into the forest, I instantly felt a weird sensation. That feeling when somebody's watching you. I looked all around and don't see anyone, so I thought I was getting spooked as the rather overcast day was very eerie. Trekking through the autumn leaves scattered across this large wooden area, I come across a big open area where I'm supposed to meet Michael. Near to this area that we normally meet, I find his notebook open. On the page was written, "Hey, I had to go back home and grab some batteries for my Game Boy. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon, Michael." And I wait. Being alone, especially feeling like somebody was watching me, made this particular moment very uncomfortable. However, I convinced myself I was just being a wuss and decided to wait for Michael. I sat down and began playing on my Game Boy. It wasn't too long until that sensation of being watched grew into utter paranoia. I kept frantically looking for my Game Boy and checking my watch. I've been there for 30 minutes and it's starting to get dark. Then I heard some leaves crunch. I looked in the direction of the sound and briefly saw a dark hooded figure peeking from behind a few trees, then hiding back behind them. My skin crawled, and I immediately jump up from where I'm sitting, frozen in my tracks. I scream hello. I'm quickly reminded that I'm not alone, as I see this very tall, dirty-looking hooded man peek from around the trees. He called back, "Hey buddy." I pick up Michael's notebook, and I ran for my life. I ran so fast I barely had time to look behind me. However, I heard leaves crunching not too far from behind me. It's the man running for me. He was screaming for me to come back, and I just wanted to talk to you. I'm sorry. I began crying as I was running, thinking this was exactly how those kids disappear. I ran and ran and ran until I literally tripped over the railway tracks and cut my knees. Michael was just getting to the tracks. He saw me crying, and I screamed at him to run. Without question, we ran all the way home. The hooded man was nowhere to be seen. I last saw him staring from the woods. Defeated that he couldn't catch me or something, I don't know. I told Michael everything that happened and we never went back to the woods again. Years later in 2016, they bulldozed the woods and built a neighbourhood there. We later found out from the fellow neighbourhood friends who lived in the area the same thing would happen to them. To this day, it's probably the scariest thing that happened to me. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time living with my grandparents. I liked hanging out there because they were around all day, so I didn't feel as lonely. But of course I would get bored. They were lucky enough to own a cabin in a forest. I would often stay there. I'd bring food and just have a good time generally, or read. But of course it could be boring, and that would always lead me to explore the forest a little bit. I would never go too far out, just far enough that I could find some tranquility and enjoy myself, something that I probably didn't do often enough. Now sometimes when I'd go out on these trips, I would have the overwhelming urge to get out of the forest, or the sense that I was being followed. Normally, I thought, oh, there's probably just some animals around and I'm not really used to being out in the woods, but it was something that would continue for a long time. So much so that I actually become used to it, and I trained myself just to switch off from it, which probably wasn't a good thing, because even today, I have the problem where if I feel like I'm being watched, I don't even bat an eye at it. Now on one particular day when this happened, I was on one of my walks and I didn't really think much of it like normal. However, there was a pungent smell that was truly overwhelming my senses. It really smelled like a dead body. I thought maybe an animal had died, but I couldn't see any. I can't ignore this, and now the paranoia sets in as I realise that something might be watching me. I'm worried that maybe it's a dead body or something. I start returning back to the cabin. As I do, I can hear something falling through the trees. I stop dead in my track. I can see a large rock has been thrown just behind me. Now I'm certain it had been thrown there because I never saw it before and I literally just walked there. Then I think to myself, if that rock hit me, it would have knocked me out or gave me brain damage. Just as I'm thinking that, I can see a large dark figure in the trees. The craziest part is I lock eyes with something with orange glowing eyes. Now I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I have never seen anything like this in my life. The smell, the rock being thrown, it all makes sense. I turn and start sprinting. I'm so scared that I start to tear up while I'm running. I can hear that thing closing on me. I start screaming and praying. I make a sudden turn and now I'm only about 50 meters away from the cabin. I glance behind me and I can see the figure again, this time walking. I don't care, I keep going until I'm in the cabin and I slam the door behind me. Through teary eyes I look out the window and I can see whatever this thing is staring back at me. It stopped as though it knows that it can't go any further. It simply turns around again and returns to the forest. I told my parents about it and my grandparents, but they don't believe me. But I know what happened that day, and I've never seen anything like it. I know that the area is where the Navajo are supposed to reside, but I don't think it was a skinwalker. It's truly the most scary thing that I've ever experienced in my life. This story takes place during the summer when I was 15. I was living with my dad and stepmother at the time. I remembered my mum throwing a royal fit about me buying new school clothes because I had let a few pairs of pants get holes in them and still wore them. It was my first year going into high school and I wasn't going to let her spoil that for me, so I went to stay with my grandparents for the summer to earn money. They lived in a remote, small area that was once home to many native tribes, most prominently the Quinalu tribe. It's very secluded despite being only a mile or so from the highway. It's all lush, gorgeous forest. My grandpa had built his own 3-story house and a shop where he cut and assembled cedar into roofing products. That's where I came in, hauling heavy chunks of cedar to his van, stacking, nailing, chinking up pieces into smaller ones to be sold. I made good money while I was there, and could buy a new wardrobe. As summer was coming to an end, it was too hot to work, and I decided to walk one day. Now let me say that I spent my childhood roaming around these woods. Armed with my grandpa's 2 dogs, we ran and played and napped all day, and I'd never seen anything out of the ordinary or got weird vibes. I waited until it was a bit cooler in the evening and started out, walking a little path that would take me to an old unused logging road. I had tread this path so many times that I wasn't even paying attention until I felt like I was being watched. I would like to note here that I was young at the time and had yet to touch alcohol or drugs, and I had no history of hallucinations or mental illness, so what I saw really haunts me. There he was, standing naked in the middle of the path, looking down at me with a blank expression. He was tall, maybe even 7 feet, much taller than my 5 nothing. He had long matted black and grey hair. There were tufts of it growing from the sides of his arms as well. His skin was very sticky yellow and pale, looking too big for his stature. We made eye contact. His yellow orbs felt like they're looking into my soul. I couldn't move or think. Everything goes silent around me. The next 10 seconds or so seemed like they stretched out for an eternity. We just stood there looking at each other, before he swiftly turned and walked back into the trees. The foliage went undisturbed as he melted through it and disappeared. I honestly expected him to charge at me, or at least try and intimidate me, but he just left. I haven't seen him since either, nor am I too enthusiastic to go out looking. I remember telling my grandma about it, and she said it was probably a drug addict, but something didn't seem right. I've told this story somewhere before, and it really scares me. I've tried looking into Native American folklore, especially the local stuff, but haven't found anything matching the description. I don't know if maybe it's a skinwalker or not, but it truly terrified me. This happened yesterday. My brother and I went for a hike to stave off cabin fever from self-isolation. We chose a pretty remote trail to lower the risk of coming into contact with others. I was walking ahead of my brother, and the gravel on the track was making our footsteps seem really loud. Deep in thought, I was listening to the rhythm of his footstep behind me. About 20 minutes in, I start hearing other footsteps, off faint and getting louder, until they're the same pitch as his, but they're very fast, like the rhythm of someone running. There suddenly came a halt to it, and I could hear the motion of somebody stepping on the gravel. That sudden sharp rocky sound you can imagine. I assumed that there must have been someone running or jogging on the track, and sure enough, I see a shadow on the other side of me appearing. It looks like somebody's head is next to mine, as though they're running behind me. I stopped, turned around to let them pass as the track's very narrow. However, when I turned around, it was just my brother staring back at me. He was confused as to why I'd stopped. So, I asked if he was running a second ago and he said nah. I asked if there had been anyone behind him and he said that he wasn't aware of anyone. I thought it was strange, but just let it go and carried on. About 5 minutes later, we came around a corner and there was this smell of pure death. It was very strong, like rotten meat. We figure it's a dead animal. We reach our hike lookout about 20 minutes later, chilled out for a bit, then headed back. We passed the death smell again, and it's around the exact same spot where it happened before. I hear the running sounds again. I ignore it because I'm getting scared now and we pick up the pace to get back to the car. I told my mum and she said that it must have been a dead body and maybe that was their spirit that you could sense. I laughed at the time, but it was more out of fear. I'm really not sure what this is and it still haunts me to this day. I grew up in a very small rural town in Michigan. This place was so small that everybody knew everyone. My high school graduation class consisted of less than 30 people. It was a place with a very small population, but geographically, it wasn't small at all, consisting mostly of wooded areas and open fields. Houses are spread out, and nothing like what you see in the city. I mean, the nearest city was hours away. I lived on a dead-end gravel road. My neighbour's at the very end of the road, and to my left, there's about a 5-minute walk before you meet the others. You could barely see the neighbour's house through the sparse trees. To the right is another neighbour. My uncle and aunt and my favourite cousin actually live about 5 minutes away. I could only see their house if I walked to the end of my driveway. My house was the second to last one on the road, and just before my house was a really long driveway. I suppose you could call it another road, but it led directly to a house behind mine that belonged to a man I'll call Dave. Now there's a large open field, followed by another sparse tree line, and Dave's house is behind that. I could easily see his small house perched on the top of a tiny hill in the distance. I loved growing up there. It was my favourite place in the world. My mum and dad worked in town, and my older brother, my younger sister and I were always left to our own devices growing up. We were always playing outside. My siblings and I are all born within the first half of the 90s, so we grew up during a time where there weren't really cell phones. We didn't have cable TV, just a few channels when we got an antenna. And our parents usually kicked us out of the house from sunrise to sunset because they didn't want us being stuck indoors. Because of this, we often explored the land around the area. Being 90s babies, our parents for some reason trusted us to literally wander everywhere. Never once did they check up on us. Now the house behind us was extremely creepy. We rarely saw anyone come or go, and believe me, they were very nosy and would know if somebody was driving down the road. The upstairs bedroom window overlooked the front of the house, and my sister upstairs' window overlooks the back of the house. We also had a giant set of sliding glass doors at the back of our house that opened up to the back door porch. They were so big it practically took up the whole wall, so we literally saw everything. Despite the neighbour behind us rarely being seen going anywhere or seeing anyone show up there, we just knew he was creepy. We used to call him Creepy Dave, and still do to this day, including my parents. I can't really explain why we started to call him that, but it seems so fitting. We used to walk through the field and along the tree line towards Dave's house. We were careful not to walk all the way up the driveway. We'd usually just play near the tree line and the fields around the area. The fields are owned by a local farm, family friends or my parents, so weren't exactly trespassing onto Dave's property if we stayed just far enough down. Sometimes we would get a little brave and creeped up the road more. I can remember inside the ditches leading up to his driveway, there would be animal bones, fully intact skeletons, even a deer skull. It had all been there long enough to be pure bone. That alone was creepy enough for young kids to see. When I was in middle school, Dave married this woman. I can't remember for the life of her name, but she had 2 children, a daughter I'll call Lisa and son I'll call Dustin. Now they started to ride the bus with me and my siblings to school. They always hated it when the bus drove up the eerie driveway to their house. I can remember one winter, the bus actually got stuck in the snow. The bus driver had to try and shovel us out, and while everyone was stuck waiting for the bus, I happened to look out the window at the barn near the house. It was still dark out, but just starting to turn to dawn, so the sky was bluish, but still dark, and you can see silhouettes. I kid you not, standing there on the second level of the barn, there's Creepy Dave holding a pitchfork. He's not even doing anything, he's just staring at us watching. All I can see is his outline. It frightens me so much that I turn my whole body away from the window and start tearing up a bit. My best friend sitting next to me says what's wrong, and I can't even tell her. I don't know what it was, but it scared me so badly. I don't know if anybody else saw him up there, but I still picture it. That was the last time I actually saw Dave for myself, but unfortunately, he didn't disappear fully from our lives. I used to stay up late in middle school watching movies and reading. I've always been a night owl, and sometimes my sister and I would stay up on the weekends all night watching films. One night it's very late. After 3 AM, my sister had fallen asleep, but I was still awake. All of a sudden, we hear a very loud pounding coming from the door that led to our garage. We had a huge bay window in the living room, and a front door to the left of it. Our garage was on the right. Our window faces a driveway and we have multiple dogs, so whoever this was come from behind the house, crept into our garage so the dogs don't know. I was so scared. My sister starts crying. I started screaming for my dad. He come running out of his bedroom in his underwear holding a shotgun. He went to the door and it's Dave's wife, crying hysterically. I have no idea what happened, but my dad never even told me, and the cops show up. Over time, this happened a few more times. It got to the point where my sister and I stopped sleeping in the living room. And eventually one night, my dad told Dave's wife she needs to stop coming running to our home for help and needed to go to the other neighbours. Thinking back, I feel bad, but my dad was clearly worried about us. These occurrences stopped for a while until one morning, I walked downstairs to SWAT vans parked around the road, men in uniforms with vests and guns crouching in the backyards, and they're pointing directly towards Dave's house. I freaked out. I ran into the living room, into the front entrance, and my dad was standing there with a sheriff. The sheriff had been telling my dad that during the night, Dave held his wife and daughter at gunpoint. I'm not sure where her son was, but he hadn't been there. Eventually, this man in his drunken fit of rage blacked out and passed out, and the wife and daughter escaped. I'm still not sure which neighbour they went to, but the cops are called. Upon getting there, he actually shot at them, and that's when the SWAT was called in. I suppose sneaking through my yard across the field was their way to get an element of surprise, but hell, how is a young girl supposed to know what to do when all this is going on? Dave went to prison and I have no idea of the outcome, nor his family. The kids never went back to school. Apparently he's out now but never come back here. All I know is his creepy house is still there and it's been abandoned for ages. This was a few years ago during my freshman year of college. A couple weeks into school, this girl I had class with asked me if I wanted to go to a concert. She'd been given 2 tickets as a gift, and still being early in the school year, I didn't really have friends, nor did she, so we decided to go. We live in a large city, and the concert was in a small town about an hour away by train. We get to know each other on the way there, and by the time we get off the train, it's very dark. The street lamps are sparse. We're dressed in our outfits for the concert, and the venue's about a 10-minute walk away. Neither of us had ever been out of town before, and we're having some trouble using Google Maps to figure out what direction to head in. I, generally being pretty wary of strangers, am content to continue struggling with my phone map. However, my new friend decides to ask a man on the street for help. He looks like he's in his 30s, about 6 feet tall, blonde, and he's wearing a suit with no tie, and the top couple of buttons are undone. He tells us he knows where the venue is and can get us there. He says, do we want to walk? Now he says what are our names and how old are we, and where are we from. Not necessarily creepy, but I'm getting a bad vibe. It's dark. The streets become practically empty from the train station. We end up reaching an intersection, and he starts to turn right. I'd continued to look on Google Maps once we started walking, and having become better orientated, we're now moving. I know that we need to take a left. I say this, but he says, nah, you're wrong. And I say I'm looking at the map, but he says it must have gotten confused. We turn left and he continues walking with us, assuring us that now he knows where he's going. The map says a concert's up ahead, and in the distance, I can see people all heading in the same direction. Again, our guide says that this is wrong, and he starts walking into a very secluded area near the woods. My friend is starting to get worried, and looks very superstitious. I'm gonna leave that in. My friend has also become suspicious, and we tell him that we're gonna continue straight. He insists that the venue is through the parking lot, and when we point out to the people up ahead, he says it's a shortcut, it's much quicker. We thank him for his help and keep walking. As we leave him, he stands there in the parking lot yelling, "You guys are gonna get lost. You need help." Luckily, he didn't follow us and stopped yelling once we got closer to the crowd. We got to the venue soon after, had a great time at the concert, and I'm scared he'd be waiting for us. Luckily, he never found us again. I'm positive if we went into the woods, something very bad would have happened. My family and I have been hunting on the same property in East Texas for over 10 years. I love Texas. And we've had some really creepy encounters with some of the locals. This property we hunt on is timber company land. It's way off the beaten path down some dirty roads. No power, no running water, no sewer. There's only a few people that live in the area, only scattered around some hunting camps. Our closest neighbours live in a trailer about a mile away, and we've come to call this a meth house. Now, I'm not sure if it's really a meth house, but it wouldn't be hard to believe that was happening there. Now, this place has always been odd. There is a trailer sitting in the middle of a pine clearing. The brush is fairly overgrown around the trailer, almost as if the property is abandoned. There have always been broken down cars and other junks grown around the front. Cow skulls and hip bones are attached to a pine tree going off about 20 feet. It started out maybe 10, and over the 10 years has grown out to about 20. Now, for a long time, the strangest thing about that place is the vibe you get. In 2017, things get weirder. The front yard collection began to grow. A rotted out taxidermy of wild hogs was added to the skull tree. A doll's head was fixed with horns onto some kind of stick in the ground, which we call the devil baby. There's 3 tripods about 12 feet high, each erected around the trailer made out of pine trunks. One day when we drove by, we noticed that from one of these tripods hung the spinal column and rib cage of we don't know what. We thought originally they were using the tripods to hang and clear deer, but the same bones have been hung there for over a year now, and someone would usually get rid of this. So, we've had no encounters with the residents and don't even know what they look like or if they actually lived there long term. This place was creepy. They seemed to keep to themselves. Until later in that season, we had 2 creepy encounters. The first happened to my good friend. He had made a quick day trip with his wife up to the property to fill feeders and ride 4-wheelers. To get to the spot, he has to get on the dirt road and drive past the meth house. His spot is only a few hundred yards away from the house. While they were doing their thing, they began to hear some strange noises. And as he listened closer, he could hear high-pitched gibberish between 3 voices yelling weird words in Arabic and with Jesus mixed in. They decided to get on the 4-wheeler and investigate. They found 2 men squatted down besides a large mud pile in front of the house. They were splashing and bouncing around while furiously speaking gibberish. Once they noticed the 4-wheeler, they stopped and stared like animals. My buddy quickly took off. The second encounter happened to me and my brother. We were up there alone for the weekend, and were relaxing by the fire on a pitch-black night after a long day's hunt. We began to hear something strange in the distance. It was pipe organ music. It wasn't a recording of a pipe organ, but somebody actually playing one. They were missing notes and sporadically starting and stopping. We laughed about how it was like something out of a horror film, but the music continues for hours. Then all of a sudden, we hear crashing through the brush. Now we're actually in a very thick area of brush. It is between our camp and the direction of our house. This doesn't sound like the usual spooked deer or armadillo roaming around, or hogs even. It's made by something very large. Now the rest of the night it's quiet, and there's no more organ music, and we don't know what caused this. Now not too much has happened since then, but we've made a point never to go there alone, but to maybe one day scout it out overnight. The summer before 2nd grade, my family and I moved into Olympia, WA. I with my parents and my older sister back then. My sister is 2 years older than me, so she would have been in the 4th grade. My sister celebrated her 10th birthday that same year by having a handful of friends over for a sleepover. We owned a trampoline back then and often had sleepovers and used the trampoline during the summer months. We lived near a forest. Now we have many fond memories of sleeping on the trampoline under the stars, but this, however, this was not one of those fond memories. Seeing as it was my sister's party, I was younger, and the annoying brother am not invited to the trampoline party. I do, however, remember how the events unfolded. It all began when around 6 or so girls came fleeing inside screaming about a man in the woods. A backyard at this house was fenced off to the left and right side, but was not fenced on the backside as our backyard continued into a beautiful forest backdrop. According to the girls, as they're out on the trampoline enjoying their sleepover, a man in a yellow rain jacket appeared in the woods. The random creepy man proceeded to stand there in the woods and stare at the 6, 10-year-old girls the whole time they're out there. He didn't respond to them when they attempted addressing him or even break eye contact. It was at this point that the girls were so scared they collectively ran as fast as they could inside. After the girls relayed their experience to my parents and I, the 3 of us reached to the window to see this man. When we get to the window, all we can see is a glimpse of the yellow jacket as he disappeared further into the forest, beyond the borderline of the neighbouring fence, out of sight. My dad sprinted outside yelling at the man, threatening him, calling the police but we can't see him. My parents did call the police and filed a report, but nothing ever come of it. After this experience, our parents thought twice about letting us sleep on the trampoline at night. We ended up moving a year later. When I was quite young, maybe 9 or 10, my mum, sister, who's about 4 or 5, and I went for a walk in the forest. It was a large forest, well known for camping and having picnics, and we had walked through there many times before. The 3 of us walked for quite some time until we found a spot to have a picnic. After eating our food, we explored the various mushrooms and trees dotted around the place. When it started to roll over into late afternoon, we decided it was time to head back, and we made the walk back to the forest. There was always an eerie feeling when you're in the forest, in any forest no matter where. When we arrived back, we're shocked to see police cars everywhere and hear sirens. We had no idea what happened, but nevertheless, we got back into our car and drove home. I was wondering what could have happened the entire night back, when finally, my questions are answered. My mum and I sat down to watch the 7 o'clock news and found out that while we're having a picnic, the police had discovered a body buried in a shallow grave in that very forest. The reporter explained that the men involved were doing stuff with drugs and other criminal activities. As I was quite young when all this occurred, I didn't think much of it. Sure, I was creeped out, but I didn't completely understand it. Looking back now, it gives me chills thinking about it. I often wonder what would have happened if we were the ones to discover the body. I was in the kitchen the night before last, washing up some plates for dinner, when I glanced out of the window in front of the sink and saw someone standing at the far end of my own yard. From what I could tell, it looks like a man of average build, with a scruffy appearance. He was essentially behind my neighbour's tool shed, which is on the right side of the border of my property, and so I thought that he might be somebody they knew. It was dark and he was quite a distance away, so I couldn't really see what he was doing. His back was mostly turned to me, but by his movement it looked as though he was panting at the ground with a shovel, as if he just buried something and was covering up. This raised my suspicion a bit, so I called my neighbours to ask if they were aware that somebody's behind the shed. They said they're not, and the husband went outside to investigate. I saw my neighbour open his door, and the man saw/heard it and bolts off into the woods. I went outside to meet my neighbour and see if there is evidence of what the man had been doing, so we both arrive at the spot, and I turned to tell my neighbour that I saw a man that fled into the woods. We looked down at the ground, and there's indeed fresh dirt where somebody was digging. My neighbour gets a shovel, which the man actually dropped when he ran off, and we start digging nervously. We're both expecting to find out something very gruesome, no doubt. However, what we dug up has actually left us with more questions than answers. It was a plastic bag with something softball-sized and heavy. We dump out the contents, a rock, painted red with a smiley face. Why would somebody be out here trespassing to bury a painted rock and a button? And it's painted on the rock, not blood. It's not a murder weapon as far as we can tell. Still, the neighbour and I actually report this to law enforcement, and they come back to take a statement. They take the rock and button, just in case it's connected to a crime. The whole ordeal has made me on edge, to be honest. Why on earth would somebody bury something like that, especially in the dark? This didn't dawn on me until I had my own children, and have hence been vigilant with stranger danger. Suddenly, one day, I sat up and realised the actual danger I was in, and how close I come to God knows what. I was about 10, and staying with my grandmother, something I did, and loved, for a week every holidays. My grandma lived in a new suburb on the outskirts of our city. Because it was new, there were a lot of new immigrants who started moving into the area. There was a wave of immigration from Lebanon due to the war there, asylum seekers. There was a very white Australia at the time, so my 10-year-old mind found those people bizarre and different. Anyway, I was sort of playing by myself, with these new kids in the church parking lot near my grandma's. I was the only blonde Anglo out of about 20 kids my age, but they ranged up to about 12. I think that's why I may have been singled out, because I stood out. So this little girl about my age was sort of trying to play with me. She was so foreign to me with her hijab and long black dress in the 40-degree Australian summer, so I blurt out, "Why are you wearing that dress?" I was just confused by it and couldn't understand it. Then, when I look around to see if anyone heard me, I see a man stood there staring at me who's Anglo. I thought at the time he heard me. I was so ashamed and thought that he might come over to speak about my potentially mean comment, or tell my grandma, or even worse, ring my parents. But my 10-year-old head at the time thought that he was watching me from 10 meters away out of annoyance. He's just by a tree line. But he's been there for over 2 or 3 hours. Anyway, it starts getting dark. Everyone started to disperse for bath, dinner and bedtime. I got up and started walking back. The man started to follow me. He followed me to my grandma's, and I ran inside and shut and locked the door behind me. I was waiting for his knocks to tell my grandma my crime, but instead, nothing came. He must have changed his mind, I thought to myself, but as I took a sneak peek out of the window, I saw him go down to the side of the house. Oh no, he's going in the back door to tell her, the shame, for nothing. Oh thank God. Just as I thought I am about to go to bed and forget about this, I look out the window and there he was, smoking, standing under the tree line. Still weighing up whether to tell my grandma, I kept trying to sneak peeks at him, and see if he's gone so I can fall asleep. I decide to go to bed. Now the next morning, my grandma runs in. Now, the fly screen is off of the windows. Now, she thinks I must have done it because they can't fall off on their own. She also said I was not to ever try and force the window open again. Now, all the wood around the windows has been chopped and broken. I said I didn't do it, and she doesn't believe me. She literally doesn't believe me in the slightest. And, you know, I never connected that at the time that it was a man trying to get in. But it must have been, because it was trying to get into my window and I saw him there. I never really thought anything of it. But now I'm an adult, I'm fully aware of what could have happened, and it really terrifies me. A stint of warm weather came through our area a few weeks ago, so my family and I decided to hike our local Appalachian trail. We're 25 minutes into our hike when my wife stops abruptly as if she was spooked. With my daughter sitting in her hiking seat attached to my backpack, I slowly shift up in the direction of my wife. What we come across was a large rock off the trail that had been spray painted with a Bible scripture. It read out, Neem Neem Ketul, Usharan, Daniel 5:23-28. The urgent style with the writing and intensity is what unsettled my wife. It was just odd to see this grafted so far off the path, but, however, Appalachia attracts all walks of life. I looked up to the interpretation, and it goes, Meme. God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. You have been weighed in the balances and found waiting and wanting. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. As I'm looking this up, my wife wants to keep walking and starts up the trail. I then hear cracks of branches just behind me. I just kept that interpretation to myself as I know it will really just creep out my wife. Another mile into the trail, I hear the crackle of branches behind us. In the intelligence community, there's a rule of thumb regarding being tracked by a person or car. 1 time it's an accident, 2 coincidence, 3 enemy action. Coincidentally, this is probably what's happening, I think, and it might just be a deer trying to follow us. So I turn around to whatever's making those noises, and in the woods off the trail, I spot what appeared to be a man crouching over messing with something in his bag. But he's whistling to himself. I thought, maybe he's just getting something and don't think much of it. But I knew that the guy had been behind us for quite some time now, because of the first time I heard the sound. Now not even 100 feet further down the trail, yet again, I hear another rustle. 3rd time. I turn 180 degrees. The man's about 20 feet in front of me, adjacent to the trail. I look at him. He doesn't make eye contact, just looks sporadically at different things, from the ground beneath him, to the trees, and then to the sky. While looking to the sky, he says the days of Babylon are numbered. I reply cold and cynically, are you lost, buddy? And I can feel the adrenaline. My ears are ringing and my heart is beating double time. Now, I'm starting to think I'll have to defend my family from a lunatic, but he mumbles, giggles and turns into the woods, never to be seen again. So this happened last summer. It was a hot day and I just got off work around 7 PM and decided to take my dog for a run in the forest reserve near my home. When you start out on the path, it's very open and near a busy street, but as you go further into the path, you are deep in the forest and surrounded by trees. The sun was starting to set at this point, but I figured I would get a quick 2 miles in so my dog could get some energy out. It was about a mile into my run when I started to hear a man just behind the trees. He hops out of nowhere with a cigarette and says, "Can you join me on my run?" I wonder why this man is behind a tree alone. My heart starts racing and I realize that it's almost dark and no one's on the path and there's no cars around in the parking lot. I say no thank you and continue to run, trying not to look panicked. He starts to get closer to me and my 1-year-old Staffy pit lunges towards him. My dog is extremely playful and gets excited to see people, so lunges towards him, just wanting to pet him. However, he looks intimidating, so the guy thought he was attacking. He backs up and I start running faster down the path, and I keep looking back. I stopped out of breath and frantically called my fiance who's at work. He didn't answer. I decided I didn't want to go any further down the path and further into the forest, so wait a few minutes and go back with my phone in my hand ready to dial the police. I get to the top of the hill and see the man jumping into the passenger side of a white van, speeding off. I always think to myself, what would have happened if I didn't have my dog with me that day? This incident occurred last spring. Let me set the scene and give a bit of backstory. I was driving from Minnesota to Iowa for a music festival and decided to leave on Thursday because 1. Generally prefer road tripping at night, and 2. I wanted to get to the festival grounds as early as possible to secure a good camping spot. All is going well. I'm about 2 hours away from Des Moines and I realise I've really got to pee. Now for those of you unfamiliar with driving long, mostly rural interstate highways, rest areas can be a godsend when the gas stations are few and far between. So I see a sign for a rest area coming up in 2 miles. Perfect. I pull in and there's maybe 3 other cars in the lot. Things are generally quiet and on the first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary or anything. However, I have just a general feeling of unease as I pull into the park. And I'm not one to ignore my instinct, but I really have the urge to pee. Luckily, my brother has just given me this taser because he knows I like to go adventures in often wooded areas, usually at night, and he wants me to be safe. So I grab it quick, just in case, and run to the bathroom. Not 30 seconds after I close my stall door, I hear someone yelling either babe or a name. It's unintelligible, just they're hollering at me and I don't know what they're saying, but they sound unstable. At this point, my heart starts beating really fast and I'm just hoping he leaves the general building, but no, I hear the main door to the woman's stall literally kick open, and of course, he comes to the only stall and starts yelling at me. He finally says something I can make out. I'm looking for my girlfriend. So I say, "I don't know you, go away." He then shouts at me, "What's my name?" The dude's clearly not in the right state of mind. At this point, he starts shaking my freaking stall door. So I turn on the taser and repeat, "Get out," before hitting the little button that makes the taser do its thing. Luckily, as I hoped, just the sound was enough for him to quickly run out. I stayed there for 10 minutes trying to regain control of my composure and then quickly walked out to my vehicle, taser ready, and I immediately get out of there. What scares me is he almost knew what the taser sound was to immediately flee like it's happened before. I'm just so glad I had that taser because God knows what would have happened if I didn't have it on me that day. I was playing disc golf, aka frisbee golf, by myself one day, and I lost a disc in the woods. As I was looking for it, I heard a woman yell, "You're crazy," and a guy responded with something to, "You're supposed to keep your heart open." How is this keeping your heart open? They're on the path on the other side of the trees, and the woman's walking away from the guy. I heard someone walking through the woods towards me. It was a guy. When he saw me, he smiled and said, "Hey, you're Luke, aren't you?" And I said nah, and said my actual name for some reason. He shook my hand and said, "What are you doing?" "Listening." I told him, "No, I'm looking for a disc." He was like, "Oh, you're a disc call for her?" He said something along them lines, but I didn't really know what to make of it. Then he looked me in the eyes and calmly said, "You're screwed. You don't even know it. We know too much and you're screwed." It's at this point I turned, walked away, and never come back again. I've never been to that park again since. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in, and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work, and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking. Yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips, and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there was some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulfury, but kind of different. Almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts doing the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to. Almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually begin looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm gonna think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it, just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour. Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on Earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rub my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I notice something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decide to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks, and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it, and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe just maybe I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the fourth night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal, and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again. And it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes, that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing, and we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now in this moment I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, there's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. This happened 1 year ago, over the course of 5 months, but I've decided now that I want to see other people's opinions on it. I live in a rural area with a few houses around, but plenty of forest, and out of nowhere, around 10 to 12 at night, there would be a series of knocks on one side of the house, which isn't odd if it's one time, but this happened many times over the course of 5 months. If I had to put a number on how many times it happened, it's probably around 30. It's the exact same kind of knocking. At first, we thought maybe it's just some kids banging on the other side of the house, but no kid has enough dedication to continue it for this long with no reward. Also, I've stepped outside to see if anything's there, and literally, it's as if no one's there. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I genuinely have no clue as to what this could be. When I was younger, I used to have this recurring dream that a girl in a white dress would come to me. At first she was harmless. She would never say anything to me. She would just stand at the foot of my bed and stare at me with these weird black eyes. Now it was almost like a lucid dream, because I would wake up in the exact setting that I fell asleep in every single time. Whether I was staying at my grandma's house or if I was staying in my own bed, it would always happen. Now my father was a park ranger and a very strong man, so I always felt safe having my dad around. But there was one time that he wasn't around, and what happened I could never explain. Now, the exact same thing happened. I was so used to it. I wake up in the night, and there's a girl in that pure white dress just staring at me. This time, she raises her hand at me and wants me to come with her. I'm not gonna hold her hand. I've rubbed my eyes and it feels like I'm not even in a dream, but I know that I am. She suddenly takes off and sprints outside, into the yard, then into the forest. Even in my dream mind, I still think, hell no, I ain't going out there. And I just go back to sleep. When I wake up, I can't shake the feeling that something was off about that dream. I kind of forget about it. A few years later, I hear off my dad that he's also had the same dreams, and some of the other park rangers have too that he works with, and he's never been able to explain it. He just thought it was nothing more than a dream. Well, that was until one day, I was out with my dad. We were just gonna go into the forest for a small hike together. I was really looking forward to it and always enjoyed doing so. As we get there, just on the tree line where the forest starts, my dad stops dead in his tracks. I've never seen my dad look so scared in his life, and this is literally someone that I've never seen be scared of anything. He says to me, "Don't move," and he goes and picks up a stick. I can finally see what he's looking at, and my god, it is terrifying. It was the exact same dress that the girl in my dream would wear. Literally as though it's just been placed there, no dirt on it whatsoever. My dad goes up to it and pokes it with a stick. We don't need to say anything to each other. It was the exact same thing that both of us had dreamt of. We both sprinted back to the house and agreed not to tell my mum about it, not to scare her. I found out later that my dad actually went there to go and investigate further to see if someone was playing a prank on us, but literally, later in that day, the dress vanished without a trace. It's the single most crazy and unexplainable thing that's ever happened in my life. If it was only me having the dreams and this experience, I wouldn't have been as scared, but the fact that my dad had it too? Crazy. Now my native language is French, so sorry if there's any problems telling this story. This happened last week. I was searching for a cave with my girlfriend, and in France, we have incredibly detailed maps telling us every cave that has been explored. We decided to go to a cave which has a famous area, and there's caves littering the landscape there. So there's a very wooded area. The hills and valleys are very narrow. We spot a good place to start looking at the bottom of a small creek and make our way up. We go to the dirt and then further into the gravel and then the boulder field. That's when I remembered this sub, because we stopped walking at the same time. It was silent. Dead silent. Not even a bird. It's the kind of silence that actually oppresses you. We eventually continued walking uphill and come across a cave. Soon after, a bird breaks the silence, and we realised we were almost dead for asphyxiation. We didn't dare to breathe in silence. Now, I've heard of other people having this before, but to experience it yourself is absolutely crazy. I mean, think, it wasn't something we heard that scared us, it was the silence. And it's not just that, you almost feel as though you're being stalked or someone's watching you. Maybe it's a primitive thing that lets us know there's a predator or person in the area, and the animals did the same. But there were no insect sounds either. That's what scares me the most. Usually I just think it was my mind playing tricks on me, but the fact that both of us stopped at the exact same time? Crazy. The details I have on this story are very vague, but someone told me about a teenager who went into the Okla National Forest to hike, and then was reported missing several days later when he didn't return home. A couple of months later, when he was found in the woods, he was a different person, appearing like he was drunk. He was tested but had no signs of drugs or alcohol. The negative results. Mentally, he wasn't all there, but physically, there's no signs of him being exposed to anything to cause this. He kept telling people that he encountered something strange. It was several months before he was himself again, and he had very little memory of what happened on those days. I've asked people that I know who live in Okla or have camped and hiked in the Okla National Forest, and they've never heard this story. I really didn't know this person who told me this story, but it's crazy. I do know that over the years, people have gone into the Okla National Forest and never came out. Some of them are harmed or killed by animals, others murdered by the worst enemy of all, humans, and never found again with a trace. Now, I've driven through the forest on State Highway 40, and it's creepy as hell. It's creepy enough in daytime. I guess I'll dive right into what happened, and not bore you with the unimportant details. I was hiking on a trail I'm very familiar with, and because of the changes in the weather, I decided to leave the trail and cut through the woods. I wanted to try and get to my car before a downpour, and I knew this area like the back of my hand. Before I knew it, I felt very disorientated and nothing appears familiar. I'm not too sure if the woods seemed silent before or after I felt this way, but I become undeniably aware of how silent everything is. A pressingly downright suffocating silence, and my heart began to pound as I stood in place, and it felt as though the woods were spinning and closing around me. It was like I'd stepped into something that I could not comprehend. It was then I noticed something about 15 feet in front of me. It was 10 feet high and about 8 foot wide and distorted. It was like something was bending the light and moving towards me, like a fogged up mirror almost, but with no definitive shape. But it was moving with purpose and intelligence, and would be completely unnoticeable if not for the distortion within and me directly looking at it. I turned to run, and realised another's behind me, the same size and shape. Almost then I realised that there's at least 4 of these things closing in around me, and I'm trapped. What I was seeing my brain cannot make sense of, and I'm in utter panic, shocked and back up against a tree, terrified to run in the direction of those things. I curl up into the fetal position, pull my hands over my ears. They had begun ringing, and the sound was deafening. I closed my eyes as these intelligent-looking cloaked things were all around me, about 5 feet in height. I saw a white flash, like what happens if you ever hit the ground really hard. That's the best way I can describe it. My ears were ringing. The flash, then nothing. I woke up to rain falling on me. Hours had passed. Everything looks normal, and I knew where I was. I gather myself, check for injuries, and realize that, weirdly, I'm completely fine. I drove home. I can't make sense of what happened. I've googled similar events but found nothing quite like what happened to me. I have no history of mental illness or other things that could have caused this. I've stumbled across stealth cloaking technologies used by the military, and the technology is primitive compared to what I witnessed. I just don't have the answers, and I don't know what happened to me or why. I've never had anything like it since. I just hate this. I'm definitely going to be seeing a doctor tomorrow. I have no history of seizures or other health issues. I'm in my 20s and fit and sound of mind, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. And now this happened in Ireland, and I was in the Midlands, so I'd rather not be too specific. So my story isn't recent, but I needed to share this. I'm 19 now, but this took place when I was 12. It's something that's always stuck in my mind. The night this encounter happened, everything was pretty normal. I was going back to school the next morning after summer break, so I had to be in bed earlier than I wanted to be. I remember falling asleep to the movie Meet the Robinsons, playing at probably 10:30 PM, and then I woke up, and I knew it had to be late, but the first thing that I registered was that the TV is completely scrambled. I mean, almost like a DVD that doesn't play so it skips. But it was frozen, so the image was warped and boxy, except the Meet the Robinsons DVD was fine. At this point, I guess it's around 2 or 3 AM, the second thing I registered was that there's voices coming from the kitchen. I got out of bed to see what was going on because the voices are talking really loud and sound panicky. When I got to the kitchen, I realised that it was my mum and older sister arguing. The first thing I actually picked up on and comprehended was my mum saying, "Those are definitely aliens, what else could they be?" Almost sounding hysterical. Neither of them saw me enter the kitchen, but I asked what's going on, and my mum looked at me, and I knew she's scared and shaken. She literally had tears in her eyes. She told me in an almost sad voice that aliens were outside. At this point, we're all standing in the kitchen in front of our sliding glass door that looks across the yard. There's a field there. I was confused, so she pulled back the curtain to the kitchen door, and I don't see anything initially. I don't look hard enough. But I then saw my huge dog, German Shepherd and Great Dane mix, sitting in the middle of the yard in the direction of the neighbours, which was to my house on the right side. I asked my mum why he isn't sitting on the porch like normal and why he's so still. To that she said, "You can slide the door very slowly, but don't make too much noise." And usually when the door to the house is open, my dog looks towards it and runs in, but he doesn't. He's still gazing. I didn't realise what was going on, but I was scared because my mum was clearly scared, as my older sister is too. My mum signalled to my sister and I to be quiet, and we were. On a normal night, you can hear animals in the woods, or the trees in the wind, and crickets chirping because it was summer, but that night, we can't hear anything. It's completely silent outside, not even a breeze. This gives me chills that makes me shake. Something's terribly off. My mum shut the door, and my sister and I followed her to the bedroom where my dad was asleep and the windows open. She explains what's going on. She told me that my sister is in my room looking for something and peeks out my window. My room is in the back of the house and my window looks out to the trees behind the house. She saw what she thought was a pack of coyotes, but there's 30 of them, and the closer she looks, she starts to see distinguishable features, and that's when she dipped out of the room and told my mum. But before she could get there, my mum said that she walked outside before my sister came to say what she saw, and saw a tall, dark, slender figure walking down the neighbour's driveway towards our house. She thought it was the neighbour coming over for some reason, but then she suddenly got scared and felt it's best to pretend she's asleep so she wouldn't have to talk to the neighbour. And those events lead us to go into the kitchen window that overlooks the neighbours' houses right next to each other. It's dark. I'm looking very hard and I can see shadowy figures. Most of them are small and very quick, so fast that if you weren't paying attention you wouldn't have noticed. And if you paid even more, you could see the slower, taller ones. They move slow and the silhouettes are dark, darker than their background, almost fluid looking. It doesn't look real at all. And this sucks, but we didn't even think about grabbing a camera and trying to get pictures, which is something I regret. Another thing I noticed that's worth mentioning was that behind the neighbour's house they had woods too. Well within the trees and very low to the ground, there were 3 evenly spaced out lights. One was green, one was red, and another's bluish. The lights were pretty dim. They were never there before though. We watched out the window for about 10 minutes freaking out. My mum almost wheezing because she's so scared. After that, she took us into her room and opened the window more, which I didn't like. It made me more scared. She says be quiet, and since we couldn't hear anything at all coming from outside, we sit in silence until we heard what sounded like a car passing. And we hear the engine sound, but we can just about make out the road from my mum's window, and we see no cars, no headlights, nothing. The engine buzz was loud and turned into something like a plane passing over the house. This lasts for about a minute, then it's completely silent again. After a few minutes the sound would repeat. Eventually, after all this happened, my mum shut the window and the curtains and we sat there shaking. Another thing to point out was that I did eventually work up the courage to go back to my room, but that was a few hours later and it was getting light out. The TV scrambled so I checked the disc, and it's not working, so I ended up unplugging the DVD player to get it off the screen. That's about all that happened that night, but it freaked me out so bad that it makes me cry thinking of it. Not to mention that I wasn't the only one that saw it. I hate that I even witnessed this at such a young age. It was truly horrifying. A lot of you wanted to know my cousin's story on the skinwalker, but I'm going to try and get to the actual story from him tomorrow and fill you in there. I do have another one though that I'd like to share, however. This one doesn't have anything to do with skinwalkers, at least I don't think so. There was an old legend about a lost town in the forest near where I lived, and for the most part, it was only a legend. However, it was noted as being true, and a ghost town is near my town. The story that I'm about to tell is one that happened when I was 11, and still scares me to this day. My dad likes to take me on the little off-road rides in his Jeep. It wasn't necessarily an off-road one either. It was a Cherokee, so it wasn't really built for the backwoods dirt trails. He decides to do this and go throughout a park with me and told me that it's going to be fun and we could go and check out the ruins of an old building. We decide along the way that we're going to have a real good exploration here. There was one of those official vehicles only gates on this dirt road we come up to, and usually that would stop people, but my dad just decides to break the lock and push it open anyways. My father was ever the best to listening to rules, but sometimes he had to break them. About 30 minutes into our drive on this road, he's shining a flashlight out of the window, trying to find this building, and he has his headlights on full. We're both looking for signs of, well, anything. Eventually we come upon this really steep hill. He says, "Oh, I think I remember this," and just guns it up there. Naturally, we get stuck at a certain angle. We can't reverse or accelerate. My dad never likes to admit when he's wrong, and said he can fix it, and started thinking that he's going to be able to fix this really easily. I was very curious, and I still am, and I got the flashlight and started looking into the woods around us. I'm kind of worried about bears or wolves, to be honest. I then noticed a little light in the valley below us, and turned off the flashlight to see it. At the same time, my dad's cursing at our car, and I decided to get a little closer to the light and see if I can figure out what it was. Mainly to see if there was somebody who could help us. As I got closer to it, the trees took it apart a little bit, and I can see there's a very small town. The best way I can describe it is like a town from the movie Big Fish. Just very numbered set of buildings. As I got closer, I hear voices, and I saw people, but something just seemed really weird, like they weren't really there. I decided to try and get closer to the town, but the closer I get, the more weirded out I feel. I eventually felt if I didn't turn around, I would never come back, which is very odd, and I've never had this feeling before. I decided to turn around and go back to my dad. He didn't get the car unstuck by himself, at least, and we just slept in the car. The following morning, the park ranger showed up, and after a lengthy talk with my dad and a very hefty ticket, he helps us get the car unstuck and be on our way. Before we left, I tried and catch another glimpse of the village, and it was the ruins that my dad was talking about. I talked to the park ranger about it, and he said, well, this was once a thriving village, just lost in time. I decided not to say anything about what I saw to the park ranger, but did tell my dad, but his usual skepticism turned me away. I have visited since, and it's a pretty decent place, and I told my friends about what I saw, and they believed me for the most part, and we decided to stay out one night to try and find it and see if anything happened, but of course nothing did. But I still remember that night as if it was yesterday, and I still get goosebumps thinking of it. I went hiking with one of my old friends. He used to be homeless and in a bad situation with his parents, so I let him stay with me until he got back on his feet. One evening, before he officially started staying, we went one day into the woods to get his stuff from an area that he was posted up at during the night. It's probably 11 PM when we meet up. I got off work late. We go to the woods to pick up his stuff, and we kind of get lost in the dark. It was abnormally dark considering the full moon was fixing to come around from its phase. Neither of us have flashlights, and my phone had died, so I can't use it. Bad planning, I'll admit that. We stumble across a bunch of decently large moulds of dirt in the offshoots of the woods. Each mound had a small tree growing from the middle, and a crude blank sign at the tops. But at this point it's eerily quiet, considering we're very close to the deepest part of the woods where there should be lots of sounds. We eventually found his campsite and hurried out. Outside of the woods now, we're walking down a one-way street leading to the main road. A large moving truck comes our way and slows and passes by us. We pay no mind to it and just nod and keep going. The truck turns around and pulls into a little offshoot, stopping parallel to us with the engine on. The driver gets out and watches us. We weren't being conspicuous or anything by looking back, just glancing over the shoulder here and there. Nothing you can make out in the darkness from the distance has, anyhow. We're almost at the top of the street, and we're near my car when he goes back in his truck and I guess opens the back door. The next thing we hear is 3 large dogs barking their heads off and a flashlight pointing our way. We started running and had to do some evading through neighbourhood streets before we could get back. Nothing ever come of it. No cops, no local town chatter, nothing. I still have no idea what we ran across, but I knew we shouldn't have been there. I have a horrible feeling that this could have ended a lot worse for us. So this happened about 15 years ago to my brother and me, and I still can't come up with a satisfactory logical answer to our experience. For detail, this happened in Ontario, Canada, and we were 8 and 5 at the time. It's in a suburban area, built around a medium-sized forest, and our house backs onto the woods. We were driving home with our mum, and we were arguing. She told us to get out and walk the rest of the way. She dropped us off in front of the woods at the playground. There's a connected public path leading back up through the woods to our street. It's about a 5-minute walk away, and a small hill between the playground and the main road. We weren't pleased that we got in trouble, so we made up quickly and start playing on the sliding swings. My brother goes up and says, "Hey, who are those guys?" I look over and saw 2 men dressed in black suits, white shirts and black sunglasses coming over the top of the hill towards us. They're walking briskly and purposely in our direction. They had brown hair, not close cropped but short and fairly pale skin. It's beyond bizarre. It scared me immediately. I told my brother to come down the slide and we have to go home. They had already unnerved him enough that he actually listened to me. We started down the path, and when I look over my shoulder, they're still coming towards us quickly. That was horrifying, so I start to walk even faster, holding my brother's hand. Maybe 30 seconds later, I looked behind me again, and they've started running. They're gaining on us. That pushes us over the edge, and I scream at my brother to run home as fast as he can. I know he's quicker than me. I think he's going to be able to tell my parents if we're going to be kidnapped. I have honestly never ran so fast in my life, and we didn't look behind us again until we made it home. Our parents were still unloading the groceries and were surprised. They figured out that we had spoken to someone, and they couldn't really understand exactly what happened as the men never said a word. They're accompanied by a wall of silence. Neither of us have ever experienced anything like it again, and it wasn't until a year later that I watched the BuzzFeed Unsolved episode about Men in Black that I realised what I had encountered. My dad and I went on a hiking trip a few days ago. My dad is a waterfall fanatic. He wants to see as many as possible. So he and I are hiking along a very pretty trail. We're hiking along a river. It's flowing nicely. There's mountains all around us. The trail is weaving around big, beautiful boulders. I'm hiking at most 30 feet ahead of him, looking for a spot to sit down and have picnic lunch on. And as I round a blind curve in the trail, I just freeze. Sitting on a stump maybe 10 feet off to the right is a guy, but he's wearing one of those colourful badger hoodies with the hoodie pulled up. He's wearing a Halloween style bunny mask. He sees me and stands up right after my dad rounds a corner. We are all three sizing each other up in silence, and my dad addresses him. "What's up, buddy?" The masked man then tips his head as though he's deciding what to do with us. He then finally speaks, saying, "Oh, not much. You aren't the guys I'm waiting for. You have a good day." And then he turns and jogs off quickly. Strapped on his lower back is a large hunting knife and a pistol. We lose sight of him pretty quick. We hadn't seen a soul on the trail all day, and we'd been there for almost 4 hours. Needless to say, we leave the waterfall for another day and turn quick. Once we're off the trail, we report it to the local forest service and police, but they say they can't do much aside from keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. Now, the guy had no backpack or water or anything, which makes me think that he either had it stashed somewhere or was camping nearby. I hate to admit it, but I desperately wanted to ask the guy who he was looking for and why. Let me start by saying that I love camping. Anytime my friends and I come home from college, we loaded up our cooler with beer, grab some gear and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or friends ever wanted to go with me, so I often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed my gear, hopped in my car I borrowed from a buddy and drove to a spot that's secluded yet within safety of civilization if I need to get help. Camping also creeps me out though, but that feeling is always outweighed by the joy of it. So I make a little camp and a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much, but I'm enjoying myself reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling that I'm being watched and stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right, but see a doe bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camping. I just kept freaking myself out though, hearing sounds just outside of the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my head, so I shrugged it off and kept whistling and just enjoying myself. Around 1, I decided to get into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I've been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars until I passed out. It's around 2 AM. I hear footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's a deer or some animal, maybe a raccoon, but I'm on guard. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open later, and I hear a rubbing sound and the tent fabric being pushed in a bit. I don't know what to do. I'm paralyzed with fear. I desperately wanted to go and get the knife and stab this person, but I think maybe it's one of my buddies messing with me. Suddenly, it stopped. I was starting to feel more secure because daylight's coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I'm sure as hell not gonna sleep. All of a sudden, it's about 4 o'clock. I realise I should have my boots on in case anything were to happen. After having stayed up and keeping alert for a little longer, my friend's car alarm goes screaming. I sprint out of the tent. I got about 2 steps out before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead, the person stops me. I've heard that people can perform insane feats of strength with adrenaline rush. In my case, I just clamped down. His finger popped off almost. He screamed and pulled his hand away. He took off, running down the hill and into the opposite direction. I take off. I must have looked ridiculous, but I didn't care. I quickly make it into the car and speed it out of there, calling up my friends, telling them what's happened and the police, and get some real clothing. When the cops get there, they checked it out. The cops went out with a light. They brought me back some of my things that I left there. But what made me most scared is that right next to the tent was a gas can, and lighter fluid had been poured around my tent. The kicker is, they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there is some crazy guy that's looking to make fires in tents with people in them. Growing up, every summer in July and August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at the White Lake State Park in Tamworth, NH. Some of my best childhood memories were made there, with rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, etc. Now when I was around my late teens, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandpa passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory always stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 PM at night when I noticed I had a missed call on my cheap little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go and get some privacy to return the call. I then took a long narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to the bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and sit at a picnic table to make my call. There was plenty of those, since this whole side of the campground was where I'm going and it's vacant. There was no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite. I sit down at a table. There's lights from a distance that light up from behind the top of the hill behind me, illuminating my surroundings just a bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there, staring straight ahead, I see the silhouette coming down from the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all the empty campsites are. I can see it's a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campsite for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, so this person doesn't, but I'm not creeped out, just curious. As the person gets closer, I can see the outline better now, and that it's a man. I also noticed his pace slows down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continue conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes by now, and now he's stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. Now I don't know if he can see me. Oh wait, he can now. He's staring at me. I step back. He was a little heavy and tall. I can make out he's wearing a jacket. I can't see many facial features, but I would guess that I was staring at a man in his late 40s or 50s. Alarm bells are going off in my head now. My mind has turned to mush at this point and I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend is saying. I just stare off at this guy. He starts moving now. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a sound. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunch form. It looked as though he was charging towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of my mind-mushy frozen state and leaped forward off the picnic table and began running through the campsite back towards the trail. thud, thud, thud. I can hear him getting closer now, leaves scuffling, heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he gets close to whereabout I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and the sound of someone annoyed that they've tripped or hurt themselves. Most likely he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason it was, it causes him to just stop. I don't stop looking back. I just keep running and running until finally I make it back to my family's campsite. When I got back there, they're still having laughs and smiles by the campfire. I break down crying and I'm trembling. I explain what happened, and my aunt woke up and said, "Oh God." He probably thought that he was someone he knew and was doing it as a joke, dismissing me. My cousin saying, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realised he didn't know you, idiot." I wish I was taken seriously, but other than that one thing happening, there was no reason for them to really be afraid. My experience makes me think twice about going alone camping now. I always carry pepper spray with me too, and an alarm. I hope I never see that guy again. Now, while I was growing up, my family would visit the same lake every year for every summer weekend. As we got older, we would visit a large rock we called the Cliffs and jump off it. The rock's only about 15 feet tall at the highest point. For the water, that's really deep. When we got older, we would jump in and try and touch the bottom, but we never could. When my brother and I were in our teens, we took our kayaks to the cliff's edge to jump on our own. We jump off several times. We then find a nice cold spot at the very top of the cliffs and chill there for a bit. As we're sitting there, we notice a white shape in the water, floating towards the surface. It's the letter H. Eventually, it sank back into the water and we lose sight. Before we can look away or even say anything else, another shape was floating upwards, the letter E. Eventually, it too sank below, but it was followed by two more letters, L, P. We didn't jump in after that. We stood up without saying a word and left. We never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot it even happened. Several years ago, I was working as a camp counselor and told this story as a ghost story. I'd almost forgotten about it and texted my brother to see if I hadn't made it up completely. I asked him if he remembered the time we jumped off the cliffs and saw something in the water. He said yes. I asked him what it was and he too said it spelled out help. One of my friends always has these get-rich-quick schemes or shady ways of making money on the side. Now, in one of his more brilliant moves, he decides that he's going to rent a house out near the country line to host illegal poker games in. Yep. Anyway, on this property is probably 4 or 5 acres with this tiny rundown church about 1,000 yards away on the side, and there's a redneck guy who lives on the side in a trailer probably a quarter a mile or so down the road. However, the property backs up to the woods, and since it's always cheaper than the range, and I and a third friend ask our renter friend if we can go shoot some guns on the property. He obliges us, and we head out there on a Saturday afternoon and find a nice berm at the tree line to shoot into. Now we're just shooting paper targets with pistols, so we're not that far back, and don't need that much room to do so. After a few magazines, We decide to venture deep into the woods to see just how far the property goes. Now we get down to the bottom of the hill and see fluorescent ribbons that the server ties to the trees to mark property lines. We realise that the property is way bigger than we ever thought before. We're already 200 yards into the woods now. Now just as we're remarking how big it is, we see a dead animal about 10 yards away from the property line. Walking up to examine it, we see that it's a goat that's had its head cut off, clearly done by a human. Then we see a severed goat head a little further away. Now the really creepy part to this is that it's not the same goat. There's two separate ones, and clearly due to the decay, it's been multiple days apart. Now if we weren't armed it would have been way scarier, but it's still creepy because I fear humans more than anything in the woods now. Now I say this was out in the country, but it's in South Carolina, so there's really not crazy expanses of wilderness being an East Coast state that's pretty much all settled by people. The thing that gets me now is that there was a serial killer caught not too long ago around the time we were there, and apparently he started on animals too.